yeah, we haven't appeared any better, but somewhere else may be dirty considering that there's 2 clubs on the board. If there was a heart on board, we may be able to justify a float, but for now, we're just going to fold and find a better spot later on in the session, so we let go of the first hand of the night. In this next hand, we look down at a pretty one. We're in the big blind with a button straddle. We look down at 2 black queens. Definitely want to be putting some more money in this pot, so we raise it up to $35. We see a call from the under the gun player, and the player on the button decides that he's going to tag along as well. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. Not the most ideal board. The flop comes out king high with 2 hearts. So we have middle pair and a backdoor straight draw. Action starts with me.
I'm actually a little under the weather today.
I check. Under the gun checks.
I went to bed at about 9, 10 o'clock this morning.
The button draws out around
I literally just got out of bed a half an hour ago. It's 9 p.m.
I think for this price,
I slept
have one choice, which is the
all day long.
We could still be ahead of a lot of holdings, such as maybe some straight draws.
So I'm
definitely some flush draws that we unblock having two.
I think I'm a little under the weather. Again. Man, this has been a rough winter, dude. This has been a rough fucking winter. I have been sick a lot. And it is pissing me off. Sorry, I'm under the weather. I went to bed this morning at about 9 or 10 o'clock, and I just woke up about a half an hour ago, and it's now 9:30, so I woke up at like 9 p.m. I'm fucking wiped out for some reason. I don't know what it is. Yes, it is an apple fritter with, I think, some kind of blueberry frosting. It's purple. It's an apple fritter. No, I don't have COVID. Evolution is false. Well, you don't understand evolution. And one animal that can change kind, no, there are no such thing as kinds. Made up bullshit by creationists. So you have fundamentally lack any actual understanding of what evolution even is. And it doesn't matter. You could disprove all of evolution tomorrow, and it still wouldn't prove that your God exists. So, barking up the wrong tree, I guess. An apple fritter. All right, so we have guest requests. Let's get into it. Really quick before we start the guest requests, up here, I am on dialysis. I am on kidney failure. And so I do work a job, but there are days like today where I went to bed at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning and I didn't wake up until 9 o'clock at night. Apparently, the exhaustion built up in my body. I was unaware of it. So I slept for 12 hours, 11 hours. So my job isn't the most reliable thing as far as income goes. If you want to help me out, if you enjoy my content, this is how you can donate. If you cannot afford it, do not do it. If you don't like my content, don't donate. Just that simple. Anyway, moving on to a guest, Manny G. Hello. I don't think he's connected very well.
What's up, brother? You talking to me?
Hey, there he is. There he is. How's it going, man?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Man, I've been waiting to talk to you.
Oh. Uh-oh.
No. I like the stuff you were saying earlier. You're talking about how Christianity ruined America, and then you were saying how the Native Americans and Native American beliefs, and you're speaking on the you said some stuff about let's see, the Pledge of Allegiance. You know, that stuff was pretty interesting, man. Your views on it and the Big Bang. Yeah.
Well, some of them aren't just my views. Some of what I talked about was dead facts.
Which parts?
Pledge of Allegiance, Big
Right,
Bang Theory.
Yeah. Well, but what you stated at first was incorrect, but you corrected yourself because you looked it up and everything, and you know
I thought it happened in 1946. Turned out it happened in like 1956.
Right. So you got some health issues, my brother?
Yeah, I'm on dialysis for kidney, and I'm on dialysis due to kidney failure.
Man, I'm telling you, you might not believe me, but I think maybe you might even try to convince yourself that God is real and Jesus and
No.
Okay.
In the history of man, do you know how many people I go to dialysis? Do you know how many people I go to dialysis with who are elderly and very, very, very Christian?
I don't know how Christian they are. I don't know because I don't know. I don't claim. I claim I'm the Christian.
Right? My point is that your belief in a God and your ability to pray in no way benefits your life over anybody else's. You are equally susceptible to cancer, your house burning down, your car crashing, whatever. All the good and bad shit can happen to you equally as a believer as it can to me as a non-believer. And in no way does a belief in a God or prayer heal chronic illness. Anyway, he left, so we're going to move on to Zeno. Great name.
Hello. What's up, man?
Just, living the dream.
Gotcha. I didn't hear all what that fella before me was saying, man. What was he talking about?
He was on the line that if I convince myself to be a Christian and I pray hard enough to God, that he will heal my broken kidneys.
Word. I kind of knew somebody was going to try and say that bullshit, man.
They always do. And it's actually one thing that absolutely unequivocally pisses me the fuck off.
Yeah.
Because in the history of that religion, there's no evidence of that claim ever happening. And a lot of people who are Christian are sick, cancer, other diseases, kidney failure, and God ain't magically fucking healing any of them. So it's a disingenuous line of bullshit.
Yeah. See, I never understood why people always want to take it down something that's obviously just not going to happen, a spontaneous healing, God's going to put his hands on you and remove your ailments. I mean, I'm not even Christian, but I mean, the way that I see it, the better argument to make there is that perhaps God is testing your faith,
Well, I was an atheist for 20 years before Well, I was an atheist for what, 15 years, 20? No. Anyway, I've been on kidney failure for the last 10 years. I've been an atheist since I was 14.
Nice. Were you ever involved in any
So,
kind of go to like a Sunday school type deal?
yeah, when I was a kid, read the Bible too. So that's the thing that made me an atheist.
What'd you contradictions in the Bible?
No, there's contradictions, but it's actually the moral reprehensibility of the God character in the Bible. He indiscriminately murders children, condones slavery and rape, is angry, jealous, commits genocide. He's just not a good guy. He's a fucking asshole. His answer to absolutely every problem is to just fucking kill it. If you and I were sitting down and we were trying to build a puzzle, we can sit there and wiggle pieces around. We can think about how to solve that puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
The Christian God is putting that puzzle together. As soon as he tries to put a piece in a spot that doesn't fit, he will throw that whole fucking thing in the garbage. That's God's answer to every problem.
What about the Son, Christ? What's your whole take on that, man?
That's one of his answers to problems that was kind of stupid. So God has an issue with mankind's sin.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to tell me an all-knowing God couldn't think of any other better way to fix this system than kill somebody?
I think it was, well, I guess, yeah, I mean, yeah. So are you more,
Not really the best answer I would have come up with. I would have come up with a much better fucking answer than killing somebody.
Word.
And my imagination is limited. I'm a human. I'm not a god. With a limited imagination, I could think of a better way to do that. The infinite, all-knowing God apparently can't.
So do you believe in a more literal interpretation of the Bible?
No, I don't believe in any interpretation of the Bible.
Okay. Well, I mean, it just seems to me that because
I use the Bible as a tool against Christian faith. Because it's very obviously not a moral book. It's very obviously not a scientific book. It's not even a fucking historical book. It's a series of really shitty stories, and that's about it.
Yeah. Do you have any kind of ill will towards Christians, people who believe in God?
No. I respect everybody, but I do not respect people's beliefs. We judge people based on their beliefs every day. You're not going to be friends with a fucking racist. Racism is a belief. It's an idea.
Indeed.
It's a bad one. It shouldn't be respected.
I agree. So what do you believe in? Is there any sort of
humanism?
Humanism. Okay. Based. Huh. Well, you know, man, I just kind of wanted to pop in here, give you a chance to explain a little, because a lot of motherfuckers will just read this shit. I thought I saw something about the church. Oh, they gave you glasses. That's funny. I thought I saw something about
Yes,
I'm
a member of the Satanic Temple. We are a non-theistic religion. We don't believe in a literal Satan. We don't worship a literal Satan. We use the word and the imagery of Satan as a metaphor, as a symbol to fight against Christian tyranny in the United States. Every time Christians make the effort to step over the separation of church and state, the Satanic Temple comes in and tries to push back.
Oh yeah, the whole kind of religious exemption court battles, heavy stuff. Yep. This little boy is getting his mind blown.
We're a group of atheists, but we are largely a civil rights organization.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff about that. I live in Texas. I remember they were with the abortion, some kind of religious exemption.
Yep. We have 7 fundamental tenets. Number 3 is one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. And the Satanic Temple raised money to file suit against the state of Texas using the Religious Freedom Act as the basis for the lawsuit, stating that abortion is a religious right for members of the Satanic Temple.
Interesting. Yeah, because I think a lot of people, especially a lot of, what's the word? A lot of campus Christians, people who go to church on Easter and Christmas, people just, they see the word Satan, they start assuming things. They don't really bother to
Yep.
dig in.
Yeah,
That's
they
just
don't bother. Like,
interesting.
well, okay, look, that's the whole thing about religion. It inspires ignorance through the lens of arrogance. They claim to know all because they have a God that knows all, but they don't actually do any of the work. So it's really lazy, and they're wrong most of the time. They can go after abortion, but what they're going to find out within 2 years, if they got abortion in the United States, what they will find out within 2 years is that the female suicide rate is going to go through the roof. Death rates in pregnancy and childbirth are going to go through the roof. Domestic abuse, poverty, homelessness, all that shit's going to skyrocket. And Christians don't give a fuck about that. They only give a fuck about the fetus, because what they're doing is virtue signaling. They don't give a shit about the life once it's born.
It's just the act of the actual murder they're getting hung up on, or not the murder.
Well,
Excuse me. I'm using their terminology.
Right. I understand.
I really don't have a lot of strong opinions on stuff like that. So I think I saw
Me
somebody.
personally, I'm sick and tired of having to fight it. It's not my battle. I shouldn't be out here speaking for women. This is their battle, but I feel like I have to, because, people can't mind their fucking business.
Indeed. Well, I mean, I think I saw somebody ask the question. So, what do you believe happens when you die? Sort of a dirt nap type
Nothing.
situation? Yeah.
Nothing. So your entire consciousness is built on the fact that your brain is functioning. If you damage your brain, it can change your entire consciousness. It can alter your entire personality.
Yeah.
You can disassociate with your own limbs. I've actually heard of that happening. I was listening to a podcast called The Hidden Brain. He was interviewing a neurologist doctor, and this doctor was describing this patient that he had who had received traumatic brain injury. And she did not know that her left arm was hers.
Yeah.
She didn't relate to it at all. And when the doctor asked her, well, if it's not your left arm, whose arm is it? She said, well, it's my mom's. I'm holding on to it for her. Like, she completely disassociated with her own body because of the damage her brain received. So at the ultimate point of brain damage, which is death, when the brain completely ceases to function, there is no more chemical or electrical reactions going on in the brain. There's no reason to believe that the consciousness lives beyond that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, this has just been a very interesting conversation. If you don't mind me asking, what prompted your kidney failure?
Autoimmune disease, anti-GBM disease. It is a variation of another disease called Goodpasture syndrome.
Yeah.
It's a luck of the draw disease. We don't know what causes it.
Yeah. Man, I see a lot of so-called Christians being quite rude right now in this chat.
There is no such hate quite like Christian love, and that's a real fucking thing. They say one thing, and they do the other. And how anybody can be a part of that religion and look around and see that kind of disingenuine, arrogance and meanness, and still want to be a part of that is beyond me.
Yeah. Well, I guess. Yeah, I really only. Yeah, that was about it, man. I mean, yeah, and just to clarify, he didn't say he was against Christian. He didn't say that he was against people who practice Christianity. The man is against the faith theory, the Bible, even.
I don't hate people. I hate bad ideas. And I've met Christians. I have friends that are Christians. I met a young lady who was a Muslim here on TikTok like last week, who are super very nice, super sweet, giving, heartfelt, empathetic. good people.
Yeah.
And they view their religion as a personal journey that is nobody else's business, so they keep it to themselves. They're not browbeating other people over the head with the Bible or forcing their religion into politics. They are just, this is my faith, and I'm just going to keep my faith to me, and that's good enough. And I love those types of religious people. I could be friends with any of them. It doesn't matter. But the Christian or the Muslim who's going to try to tell me that I can't be gay or I can't have a man-on-man relationship, I can't be in love with somebody of the same gender, if they're going to tell me that, we're walking through a mall and they're pissing and moaning about some woman who dresses immodestly, that's her fucking right to do so. I don't want Christians sitting here passing judgment for arbitrary fucking reasons.
Yeah.
That they find mildly offensive.
Yeah, so just one quick thing before I go. I've been seeing this fella, Stimpack46, talking a lot of hot bullshit in this chat. My man said we only attack people who attack us first. I believe he was speaking about Christians.
Well, that's not a true statement at all.
I was about to say, I guess he's never heard the phrase "turn the other cheek," and then just one more.
Gay people didn't attack. Gay people didn't attack Christians first. Christians attacked gay people first.
Yeah, man.
Women didn't attack Christianity first. Christianity attacked women first.
Yeah.
Black people didn't attack Christianity. Christians attacked black people. In the fucking span of history, Christianity has been the largest colonizing force on the fucking planet. Hawaii, Haiti, Jamaica, fucking Africa, South Africa, you name it. America, or not America, but Christianity has found a way to worm its fucking way into every single government in the world. So no, nobody's attacked Christians. Christians have attacked everybody else.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people probably don't even realize that, how ingrained Christian. Talking about the Pledge of Allegiance earlier, right?
Yeah, the Pledge of Allegiance. As I said, I correct myself, was 1956. Before that, one nation under God did not exist in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I wonder why they added that.
The Red Scare. It was an anti-communist, anti-atheist propaganda put forth by the president at the time.
Good old McCarthyism. Well, you know what, my friend? This has been a wonderful conversation.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you were able to, first of all, articulate your beliefs so well. A lot of people can't do that, but
my brain never stepped the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably hang on here a little more, but I would like to see a polite Christian hop on here and maybe try and change your mind. But anyways, man, you have a good one. I hope everything goes good with your health, all right? No problem.
You have a wonderful night. Okay. All right. Hello, my friend.
Hi, how's it going?
It is going well. How are you doing?
Good, thank you for asking. I just had a couple questions for you on your beliefs.
Go ahead.
And I understand, that Satanism, what you said that you don't worship, Satan or anything. And I was gonna ask you, do you follow like the teachings of Satanism? Like, I'm a Christian and I try to follow the Bible, and I know that there's a Satanic Bible. So I want to know if you follow
Have you ever
those
read the
teachings.
Satanic Bible?
No, I haven't read it, but I know some of, like self-indulgence and, if somebody hurts you, hurt them back, and,
Oh, that's
those
members
type
of the
of
Satanic
teachings.
Church. I'm not a member of that organization. I'm a member of the Satanic Temple. We are a completely different organization.
Oh, okay,
If you
so
would
you don't
like,
have
when
a
I'm done
Satanic
smoking, I
Bible?
can read from you. No, I do not have a Satanic Bible.
Okay, what does a Satanic Temple believe? Because I've never
Well,
heard of that.
let me finish my smoke real quick, and I will sit down and we can go through the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple, and you'll get a better idea of what we stand for and what we represent.
All right, that sounds good.
In most cases, I would tell people to go and do their own research. There is a documentary on Hulu and maybe on YouTube, I'm not sure, called Hail Satan. And it talks about the Satanic Temple.
You said on Hulu and Netflix?
Hulu and YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube? Okay.
It might be on YouTube. I don't know. I've never actually looked for it on YouTube, but I'm pretty sure it's there. But we'll go quick and we will look at the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple. And I will read them off to you, and you can find out what the Satanic Temple is about. All right, so we have here the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple. Number 1, one should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason. Number 2, the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. Number 3, one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. Number 4, the freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Number 5, and incidentally, this is my favorite of the 7. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. Number 6, people are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. Number 7, every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. That's what members of the Satanic Temple believe in.
Okay, so why do you guys label yourself as Satanists?
Symbolism. Satan is a title. It is not a specific character, even in the context of the Bible. Satan is a word that it's a title, like doctor is a title. It literally translates from Hebrew to adversary. We are the adversary of tyranny. That's why we use Satan. There's a lot of misunderstanding in the Christian religion. Christians think that Satan, the devil, and Lucifer are all the same person, when they in fact are not the same person. Again, Satan is a title. It doesn't refer to a specific person or character in the Bible. And the devil is an agent of Yahweh. The devil does what God tells the devil to do. The devil killed something like 10 people in the Bible, and he did it with God's permission. Job's family. And Lucifer is a demigod, the god of the morning star, the morning light, which is represented by Venus, and also the god of knowledge. Lucifer is not an evil fallen angel that challenged God's authority. That's not what Lucifer is.
So you don't believe in anything that the Bible says, right?
No, I don't.
And so you don't see have you read the book of Revelations?
Yeah, the book of Revelations is a retelling of the fall of Rome. It is not a prophetic book about the end times.
So you don't think that there's going to be like an antichrist that's going to make the world come together?
No. Do you want to know one of those things that Christians like to conveniently forget about that story?
What is it?
There will be 1,000 years of peace
Yeah, it
before
says
any
that.
of that shit is supposed to happen.
I think that's after the tribulation, right? After the
No, the
7-year
tribulation
tribulation.
actually isn't in the Bible at all. The tribulation is 100% pure fan fiction. It does not appear in the Bible at all.
What about where it says that he will reign for a time, times, and half a time?
Doesn't matter. I'm telling you, from biblical scholars and a historical context, the book of Revelation is a retelling of the fall of Rome. It has nothing to do with the second coming of Jesus or a end times prophecy. It's not what it is.
Okay, so you don't you think that like the book was written by men,
Yep.
like the whole Bible, right?
Yep.
So you see it more as like symbolism, like you said, Lucifer was
No,
Venus.
again, I don't believe anything in the Bible. The Bible makes a series of claims that are provably false. The Bible is not a source of information. At best, it's interesting literature like Shakespeare. At best. Other than that, it's just a garbage book with bad ideas.
What about the things that Jesus taught, like to love your enemies, and he gave to
What about
people
the
that
things?
didn't have.
What about the things Jesus taught, where like you should love the Lord more than you love your own family?
Well, yeah, I mean, I
It's
think that's true
convenient.
if you
It's convenient to say
believe
that
in God.
Jesus was a moral character if all you do is cherry pick the happy shit he said and ignore the bad shit.
Well, I think what Jesus was saying, that if you love your parents or your family more than him, then you can't be saved because
Yeah, and that's
you
not a
won't.
moral proclamation. That's garbage. It's gross. It's God showing his narcissism.
All right, well, thank you. I just wanted to see what you believed and why you were a part of the Satanic Temple.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming on with some sincere questions and honestly listening to the answers. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Have a nice one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, moving on to Robert.
Well, we may not be connecting with Robert. Hold on. Oh, Robert's not connecting. We're gonna have to, I hope Robert can come back later and we can try to talk to him.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing? Oh, I'm feeling a little bit under it today, but I'll muster through.
I just wanted to say, like, I fully support, like, what you say, but personally, I believe in God, but
Mm.
I feel like when I die, I want to go up to heaven with him. But I feel like, I just wanted to say that I respect what your decision is, so.
I appreciate that. I don't ever want to strip somebody's beliefs away from them. And that's never my goal. And not honestly, you can't convince people who don't want to be convinced anyway. My goal with this channel and with going live, outside of my own personal entertainment, is I think religion is a personal journey. And it applies to the person specifically who believes in it. And it's not something that should be hoisted onto other people. Everybody has their own personal things that they go through and their own personal ways of dealing with it. And if they want to believe in a God, that's fine. I'm not going to disagree with it. But when they try to push that belief into other people's lives, when they try to push it into politics, public school, when they try to confuse science, I'm going to take an issue. And that's the point of my my channel and stuff. That's what I do.
Yeah. I feel like the people that say, oh, well, God's real, and they can try to like force it onto you, I don't think that's right. People should have a part in what they believe, and people can believe in anything that they want to. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. So
I do caution some people in certain types of beliefs and how severe they believe it, because believing in untrue things does eventually cause harm. It'll eventually hurt somebody. Because believing in untrue things is it's not exactly the definition of ignorance, but it's in that realm. And that ignorance can spread, and you can get into a lot of trouble with it. Like Jehovah's Witnesses. Imagine a mom and a dad, Jehovah's Witnesses. They have a child who requires a blood transfusion to save his life. They won't do it because it's against their religion.
yeah.
So at some point, that belief can become a toxic thing that kills people.
So before sorry, I'm not going to say what I was about to say. So my dad used to be Jehovah's Witness, and he would try to force it upon me. I'm a Lutheran, by the way. And he'd try to force it onto me, and I just, yeah. But we don't live with him anymore, so.
Religion can also inspire some abuse, actually a lot of abuse. Most Christians aren't Christian by choice. Most Christians were indoctrinated into it in their childhood. The church actually calls it the 4 to 14 window, where a child's mind is absorbing the most amount of information from its environment in its lifetime. You're young, your brain is a sponge, and it is soaking up information. And the church calls it the 4 to 14 window. This is the window where they want to capture children, where they want to indoctrinate children. They want to brainwash children. They want to emotionally manipulate children with the fear of hell and all the other bullshit that comes with it. So there are some things with beliefs that need to be kept in check, because they can go too far.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say something that I forgot. Anyways,
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's okay. Anyways, I just wanted to say what I said before. So
I appreciate it. Thank you. It's nice to have a theist who can just be genuine with an atheist and not automatically be hateful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope you have an amazing night, though.
You too. Take care of yourself.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We are going to move on to girls.
Hello. Oh, sorry, I have my hair up. 1 second. You know how I turn off the camera?
I don't know.
Okay, it's fine. Well, I just wanted to call, and my view is that I believe in a God. I guess a better term would be intelligent designer. So,
Except that we're not intelligently designed.
sure.
Your eyeballs are upside down and backwards, and they only see a very narrow spectrum of light. Your left side operates the right side. Your left side of your brain operates the right side of your body. The right side of your brain operates the left side of your body. You have appendices, wisdom teeth. 90 some odd % of your DNA is considered junk DNA, because it actually doesn't have any impact or effect on your appearance or your personality. Only
sure,
a very
I think it's
small
more for
amount.
I think that's more for like diversity in reproduction. That's why there's different types of
Well,
genes
no.
hidden. It
The
can
junk
produce into
DNA is
children.
the junk DNA is just junk DNA. It doesn't actually do anything.
But it would be passed on to children, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's all DNA is going to be passed on to children, but it's still junk DNA, and it does absolutely nothing in regards to developing organs, hair and eye color, personality. Yeah, your junk DNA is just junk DNA.
Sure.
It's just, yeah. Minor mutations can alter your entire personality. Head injuries can do that. There are things like schizophrenia, psychopathy, sociopathy, all kinds of really terrible things that the human body is capable of. And it's exactly what you would expect from a species that evolved rather than a species that was created.
Right. So I guess my whole reasoning for this, like, first of all, I grew up very, very Christian, and it was a struggle because I did not believe in God when I was younger. I kind of saw what you're talking about within Christianity, how people can be very negative. But when I took science and tried to, like, I guess flip what my beliefs were and ask the opposite questions. So I guess I'm going to end this in a question, but basically my belief is if energy cannot be created or destroyed, in a sense the Big Bang plausibly could not have happened. However, it would have to have something before that, although within nothing it can't create something.
Hold on.
So
you're under a
Sure.
misconception. The only people who make the claim that everything came from nothing are Christians. No scientist has made that claim. We
so
know.
then what did the Big Bang come from?
We don't know. That's
Right.
the point.
Right, yeah.
We know that the Big Bang happened, but we don't know what caused the Big Bang to happen.
Yeah.
And so what Christians do, or what religious individuals do, is they say, well, if science can't explain it, then it must be God. That's an assumption and an assertion without evidence. And it's not how we do things. It's not how we think intellectually. It's not how we discover facts about reality and nature.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in that situation, you could argue, I guess, pretty much anything. You could claim that there was a small dog and he created the universe, but
Yep.
I think, like, ultimately in my head, I guess that's just where opinions come in. But if
Well,
we
I mean,
cannot
yeah,
prove,
once you can have an opinion on what caused the Big Bang, but when you try to legislate laws or teach that in public schools, that's a failure.
of course, I think that intelligent design should be mentioned in education, though, as well, just because
I
there
don't,
are a
because
few
we can disprove it. I'm sorry, no, I don't. We can disprove intelligent design. It's not a science.
Sure, and also we can disprove evolution.
Evolution is a fact.
Sure. Have
We
you heard
have
of the
more
Cambrian
evidence.
theory?
We have more evidence of evolution than we do for gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Evolution isn't just one specific science. Evolution is archaeology, anthropology, virology, epidemiology, literally anything that's even remotely in some way tangentially related to biology. We understand from the evolutionary model.
Mm-hmm.
Your entire medical field, some of the discoveries they've made in regards to various things have come from our understanding of evolution.
So, could I ask a
Dr.
question?
Dr. Francis Collins was the scientist that headed up the Human Genome Project, where they mapped the human genome. He is a diehard Christian, thinks God created everything, but he thinks God used evolution as a metric to accomplish what we are today, because he knows that evolution is a fact based on his work on the Human Genome Project. Evolution is true.
Yeah, that's interesting. So have you heard of the Cambrian theory before?
I've heard of the Cambrian explosion.
Yes. So I guess so the theory, of course, in most science ways, a theory is just pretty much something that cannot be proven wrong. So with the Cambrian theory, it started with obviously a little bit more developed into Earth, and it went from single-celled organisms straight away to multi-celled organisms, and that link between the two cannot be tracked. So scientists have pretty much claimed that like there's just other fossils and there's other things out there, but within where they found these fossils of the single-celled to multi-celled, there's no link. Like they just kind of popped out of nowhere. So a lot of scientists have kind of come to the conclusion that someone had to have placed these multi-celled organisms there.
Give me just a second.
Sure.
Oh,
Also,
there it
I'm
is.
not a minor to the comments. I'm 20.
Found the answer. For billions of years, single-celled creatures had the planet to themselves, floating through oceans in solitary bliss. Some microorganisms attempted multicellular arrangements, forming small sheets or filaments of cells, but these ventures hit dead ends. The single cell ruled the earth. Original story reprinted, Quantum Magazine. Yeah, they have a pretty good grasp on, yeah.
Yeah, not really the link. If you could tell me if you know where they discovered the link, it's just that these fossils appeared at the same level at the same exact time that all
Well,
these
I'm
multi-celled
curious,
organisms happened.
what do you think you're going to achieve by disproving evolution?
Oh no, not disproving evolution at all. I believe in evolution. I believe in microevolution, which is basically the adaptation, versus macro, which
No,
is
no,
the
no, 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 no.
change from ape to
Adaptation.
human.
No, see, you are literally coming at this from Ken Ham and Kent Hovind and other very sick apologetics who need mental help.
I'm sorry, I don't know who any
That,
of those people are actually.
yeah, I know. That's how deep their bullshit goes. You don't even know who the original authors of this shit is because they don't take credit for it because it's nonsense and it's been disproven largely. First,
Yeah, I
okay,
mean,
so you
I
said,
take my opinions from like science books.
yeah, science doesn't back that up at all. Not
Yeah,
even a
so I mean,
little
in
bit.
science, the
Nobody,
Cambrian explosion is quite literally what I said. Like that's, I mean, in the scientific definition versus religious
what I mean
definition.
is science doesn't support intelligent design at all.
Mm-hmm.
Not. There's not a single science out there that's worth its weight in anything that would support intelligent design as the mechanism for how life evolved on Earth.
Right. I mean, I guess so. Where my belief comes in that there's some sort of design out there. Just first of all, I'm gonna give the basic one. Like obviously DNA, how it's identical to the way a computer's set up. That someone had to create the computer with its exact numbers and all these different
No,
things, which would be the DNA.
that's not how we understand evolution.
Sure.
Evolution is the product
Who's
of
wait? So who's we as a total? Are you talking about the Satanic
scientists
Temple?
and
Oh,
scientists and
okay.
literally all of humanity, with the exception of a few religious people.
Right. I don't really know. So I guess on the flip side, I wanted to kind of end this off because I do have to get to bed pretty
Well,
soon. But I wanted to end this on kind
here's
of a
something.
fun fact.
Here's some food for thought, really quick, before you get into that.
Yeah, of course.
The disease that took my kidneys away from me and put me on dialysis was my own immune system.
Mm-hmm.
my immune system, the system in my body that is supposed to fight disease, became the disease that attacked my body. There is nothing remotely intelligent about how human beings are designed. We are a literal product of natural forces that is chaotic and unregulated. Gravity breaks your bones as well as gives you life. The sunlight gives you life as well as gives you cancer. Everything about our environment is a double-edged sword. It gives you life and it takes it away from you. This is not intelligently designed. This is natural forces, what you would expect to see in a system built on natural forces.
Right. And, ultimately, I guess I'm not going to try and argue that situation because that's something that I can't relate to. And I'm very sorry that that you have to deal with that situation the first hand, and also have some people tell you that you need to repent to God. I'm very sorry for that. Like, I don't know. But so could I switch
there's a
over?
resource I want to give. Yeah, go ahead. Give me your fact. I want to hear it, and then I'm going to give you a resource for. I'll give you two resources for understanding evolution better.
Sure, I'm going to actually write those down as well too. But so I am in a survey Western art class, which is about like architecture, and the Gothic cathedrals. So they were trying to create these over and over and over again, and they could not get the measurements correct. Like the arcs, first of all, like all these different things, they just would not work. And they ended up taking from the Bible the holy numbers, which is like, I could search them up and I could give them to you. But basically,
The golden ratio.
Yeah, I believe so. I think so. We
Yeah,
had to watch this
that's not a
documentary.
biblical. That's not a biblical thing. That's a mathematical thing.
Yeah, that was found in the Bible, like before the
No,
mathematics came into play.
no,
Yes, every
no.
documentary from science it talks about that. It's not
It
even
doesn't
based on
come from
religion.
the Bible. It comes from a philosopher who just happens to be mentioned in the Bible. It's not a God-given thing.
Yeah, but so have you watched like any of these documentaries? Like they're not done by religious things. It's literally through like architectures and scientists through that, and that's where they found it. It's like based off of the heaven. That's where they found mathematics.
Hold on. Nope. First known calculation of the golden ratio was a decimal. As a decimal was given in a letter written in 1597 by Michael Mastlin at the University of Tübingen.
What was that? 1957.
No, 1597.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I mean, I guess
I'm on. I want to get in here. So the golden number is pi 1.618. The earliest known. It appears that the Egyptians may have used both pi and phi in the design of the Great Pyramids. The Greeks are thought by some to have based the design of the Pantheon in this proportion, but it is subject to some conjecture. Phidias in 500 BC was a Greek sculptor and mathematician, studied phi and applied it to the design of sculptures. Plato, in his views on natural science and cosmology, presented in his Timaeus, considered the golden section to be the most binding of all mathematical relationships. Euclid in Elements referred to dividing a line, point as dividing a line in extreme
The mean ratio, the latter gave rise. Term mean gold. The Fibonacci sequence was written in India, brought to the Western world in the 1200s. The best they got is 2nd and 3rd century BC, before Christ. They
where the
didn't discover
numbers were
this in the
found.
Bible. This existed. This is something that existed within philosophers and natural scientists before the Bible was written.
All right. I guess I can. Obviously, I'm not trying to. I mean, the Bible's a different discussion, but it's just kind of more fun. Like for example, Noah's Ark was 50 cubits long, and the Amin Cathedral was 50 feet that they ended up doing, which ends up returning to 144 cubits. I mean, it's just different, like little random facts you can find. Like if you look it
Except
up.
Noah's Ark never existed. The largest wooden boat we've ever managed to build was called the Wyoming, and the damn thing kept breaking and taking on water. It was too heavy, and the wood couldn't sustain the pressure of being on the waves. And the Wyoming was smaller than the supposed Ark. And in all of the research that scientists have done, every single time, the boat fails. It capsizes, it falls apart, it'll break apart. It's not a good design.
Sure. I mean,
and I'm still waiting for a Christian to explain to me how indigenous species in Australia got there from the Middle East without leaving any tracks behind, any fossils or any corpses, or how animals indigenous to the United States, the North American continent and the South American continent, got there from the Middle East, having never left any evidence of that behind.
are you asking for proof of like that Pangea did not exist, or that the flood did create
Pangea
separation?
is older than the human species.
Yeah, I'm just confused on what you're asking me,
Pangea,
actually.
well, it's very simple. How did kangaroos get to Australia from the Middle East?
I'm not sure.
It's a good question. It's kind of one of those things that disproves the flood, along with geological rock strata, fossil records, other indigenous peoples that lived throughout the world that didn't have a global flood or existed, the difference between freshwater and saltwater fish. The global flood never happened. Noah's Ark was a story. And it's not even originally a Christian story. It was actually originally a pagan story. Started with the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, I've read on the Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm not sure how those two are related to the biblical Noah's Ark, but here's the thing. Again, I struggle with Christianity itself. I just like to read certain things from the Bible. Like, first of all, out of 2,000 prophecies, 1,500 have been finished. Prophecies in historical context.
Coincidence.
1,500 out of 2,000.
And actually, most of those prophecies are Old and New Testament variant. So they had the Old Testament. Authors of the New Testament said, hey, there's the Old Testament. It says there's a prophecy. Let's fulfill the prophecy when we write the New Testament. Just to make it sound more legit.
To write on the prophecy? Like they just,
No.
You're saying they made these up?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's entirely
so other
made
historical books made off of historians, they also made those up.
What historical books made by historians?
I mean, like, ultimately, when you look at all the prophecies, they have, like, small amount connected to God himself. It's really just, like, wars, different people are going to be born, like, millions of these. I mean, if you just look up the actual prophecies and read through them.
Look, I've been doing this. I've been having this conversation for the better part of 20 years, and I've never heard of a prophecy that didn't have some other explanation.
But that it did happen.
No, not even that it did happen. That it colloquially, there's some weird coincidence that's tangentially related to something that might have happened. You got to keep in mind, Christians' evidence for these claims is really, really fucking loose. There's no evidence to support any claim made in the Bible. None. It's all hearsay. It's all word games, interpretation, coincidence. Like, for instance, when they made Jerusalem a nation, or whatever the fuck that prophecy was supposed to be about, they did it on purpose to complete the prophecy. It wasn't something that just happened on its own. They intentionally did it to complete the prophecy.
I mean, I guess I don't really know how to like argue against the idea that the prophecies were fabricated throughout history. Um,
You know, that's
I guess I
pretty
just
much what
wasn't
I'm
there.
saying. It's pretty much what I'm saying.
Right.
Prophecies are a supernatural claim. Supernatural claims require evidence. Somebody tells me that George Washington sailed to Delaware. Well, we kind of know that George Washington existed based on his own writings, and we know that you can sail a boat across a river. We have evidence of those things happening. What we don't have evidence for is an all-knowing, all-powerful, mythical being that has a plan set in motion, that said, here's a prophecy. I sent down this word to a prophet. He spoke this prophecy, and now this prophecy has been fulfilled. We have no evidence of anything like that happening.
Yeah, I mean, I guess ultimately, I don't exactly believe that it's a God that's either loving, caring, hating. I'm not sure, but I guess really just the idea that the energy cannot be created or destroyed, and that scientists do
In a
not know
closed
where the Big
system,
Bang
in
came
a
from.
closed, whoa. Christians love to misquote that fucking line. Energy cannot be created or destroyed in a closed system. The universe is hypothetically a closed system. We are not receiving any more energy into this system than we already have. The earth is an open system. We receive energy from the sun. And energy is just motion. From a scientific perspective, that's what energy is. Things in motion. There's a huge disconnect. People think that when scientists say energy, then some hippies out there say, well, he said energy. We're all connected by energy. No, we are not. That's not what energy is.
Right.
Energy is motion.
Again, I
Where it
guess you
ceases
can.
to become one type of motion, it becomes a different type of motion.
Yes, I'm just wondering where this motion came from in the first place, and scientists
Yeah,
cannot
that's a really good
give an
question. I think all of
explanation.
humanity wants to know the answer to. But up to this point, we don't have one. And making an
Yeah.
assumption is not an answer.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess most theories come from assumptions, and then they try to disprove them. You cannot disprove
No,
it.
most
Yeah.
theories, most hypotheses come from observation, not assumption.
1 second. Let
That's
me
what science
let me
is.
think about what you just said. So you said most hypotheses come from observation, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then assumptions would be directly related to theories.
No, the assumptions would be directly to hypothesis. Theory in the scientific community is the best known explanation based on the evidence available. So a theory is essentially a fact. Now, it is a fact that can change once we receive new information that might change what we think we know about the current information we have. Science is ever evolving and ever growing. But a theory is the best known model we have based on the evidence that we have gathered and that is available.
Right. I just don't think that all this happened by random. I mean, I would assume that like lifeless planets could happen by random, but I don't think life and plants and
So
like that's life.
you don't think there's life on other planets?
I don't know. I can't go out into space. I mean, I wouldn't be
I would
shocked
say
if there
based
was
on
or
sheer
wasn't.
numbers alone, that it's pretty much a guarantee there's life on other planets. And also keep in mind, we don't understand life that well. We have a selection of one. The only life we've ever known is life on Earth. So we have no idea what types of life could grow and develop in different environments. There's a microscopic animal. It's actually an animal. It's not a microscopic like cell organism. It's an actual animal. It's called a water bear. What's the other word for it? Somebody in the comments will know.
Did you see organism
Water
or
bear. It's Tardigrade. Thank you, Chuck. Tardigrade. This is a microscopic mammal. It's a literal mammal, and it's microscopic. They took these things up in space, and they put them in a little like petri dish panel on the outside of the space station. These fuckers can survive in the vacuum and radiation of space.
That's amazing.
Yeah. We have no idea all of the different variables that could create life. We don't know. We have a test example of one, just us, carbon-based life on the Earth. That's all we have to test from. But on Earth, it gets crazy too. Because if you go to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, where water pressure is so fucking heavy that it would turn a human body into a pop can, there's fish. There's life at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. You go to the driest, hottest place on Earth, there's life.
Right. And I would say it's just amazing how it's there, and it just further, reinforces my idea that happened. I'm going to bring up like the random, I'm sure you've heard of this, but where if you have a bag full of a bunch of broken pieces of a watch, you shake it there and you shake it for 1,000 years, 2,000 years, you keep going to shaking this bag of watch pieces.
The argument
is that ever going to become a watch?
You don't know that, for starters. Yeah, a few thousand years, you're probably right. But if you shake it for eternity, for an infinite amount of time, eventually it will become a watch. That's a theory. Oh, it's a hypothesis, really. It's not really a theory.
Right.
It's based on mathematical probabilities. But it's a nonsense argument anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like to think about it that way.
Well, yeah, and what you see as order isn't actually order. So, like, imagine there's a hole in a road, big pothole, and it rains, and that hole fills up with water. Mm-hmm. And the puddle looks around and it says to itself, you know, this hole is perfect. I fit in this hole perfectly. It must have been designed for me.
Right.
When in fact it wasn't. The water from the rain filled the hole. It adapted to the hole. It evolved to fit the hole rather than the hole having been created for the puddle.
Right. I guess if that's going to tie back into like evolution.
And humans look around and we see a pattern and we assume that it was created for us.
Mm-hmm. I guess if we tie that back into... Sorry?
No, when in fact we evolved to fit the hole.
Right. I guess if I'm going to tie that back in towards evolution, if we did evolve, and we kept going, logically in my head, it does not make sense that there would still be apes if evolution-wise we had to develop.
And that's not how evolution works.
Oh, so then could you explain what your research is on that then?
Well, technically, humans are great apes. We're a member of that mammalian family. We are great apes. Mm. Chimpanzees and humans, or monkeys and humans, however you want to view this argument, had a common ancestor. This common ancestor is where we evolved from. We didn't evolve from monkeys, and monkeys didn't evolve from us, but we both evolved from a common ancestor.
At what point did that start to change then? Because if it was, you have that one common ancestor, don't know exactly how they created more, but
as far as we know, it's a mutation that alters your genetics. So when you have children, they're going to represent those genetics. They're going to represent that mutation. It's the same reason you have a black bear and a polar bear. It's the same reason you have a wolf dog and a fucking chihuahua.
Mm-hmm. Which would still be
minute changes in allele frequencies over time. Adaptation is a part of evolution, but it is not the mechanism by which evolution is decided. Evolution really isn't decided, but we didn't evolve from monkeys. We evolved from a common ancestor.
Right. I don't know. I guess in my brain, we would just logically keep going. If it came from the same ancestor, I don't know how they had more and then more.
The human species isn't 1 million years old. We are like 300,000 years old. You're talking about a natural process that takes hundreds of millions of billions of years. And we have actually observed evolution in the lab and in nature.
Right. I don't know. I guess, in my opinion, it just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't translate for me personally in how I view things, which I guess is the beauty of being human. But,
Well,
I
it's
mean,
also
that's
a
all I got.
downfall. It's also a downfall. Because
Of
when we start
course.
putting our beliefs ahead of the facts of any given matter, we are making a mistake.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? My headphone kind of skipped.
When we put beliefs ahead of facts, we create a problem.
Right.
Your beliefs aren't based on evidence. They're based on what you believe and how you feel. Facts are based in evidence, regardless of how people feel.
Yeah, I guess for me, there's evidence for that the Big Bang could not have come from nothing. There's evidence for, I mean
That's
just
not
everything I
what
said.
evidence. I'm happy to have the conversation about what evidence. What evidence do you have that the Big Bang wasn't a natural occurrence?
The fact that, like you said, energy is, you know how you went into the explanation of energy.
Energy
That
has nothing to
those
do with it.
okay, those exact things could not have started from nothing, and especially if energy has nothing
Who
to
the
do with
fuck said
that,
anything about
nothing
nothing?
kick-started that.
You're still relying on these sorry ass arguments that we've already discussed. Nobody said it came from nothing.
What
Nobody
did it come
said
from,
that.
then?
We don't know.
And why doesn't science prove that?
We don't know. How do you want
No,
science to prove that it doesn't know something?
that it did come there.
Well, microwave radiation background. We have evidence by making observations that the Big Bang happened.
Yeah, the
What
evidence.
what we don't know is what caused the Big Bang. We don't know.
Exactly. That's my point. Is I believe in the Big Bang, first of all, because we can trace it back. We can see that point, but before that, I don't. In my head,
You
I don't
don't
understand
know.
how.
Yeah, neither
Exactly.
do
So
I.
that's where I put my.
But to sit
I
there
guess
and
that's where I
make,
put mine.
hold on. But to sit there and make assumptions because you don't know is not intellectual thinking. It's
So what would be
thinking.
intellectual thinking is just not giving any
Just
explanation.
saying you don't know. Being honest, being intellectually honest and saying, you know what, I don't know. And I shouldn't make assumptions about things I don't know.
Yes,
That's
but
your answer.
there's a big difference between I do not know and the fact that there was something.
No,
Because
you don't know that.
There
You
had to have been
don't know
something.
that. You do not know that.
Energy cannot be created or
You
destroyed.
do not know that.
That energy cannot be created or destroyed, which is a basic of science.
Yes, it is a basic of science. In a closed
So I do
system,
know that.
as I've already fucking repeated, in a closed system.
I don't know what else to say about this.
Those facts apply to our understanding of the universe, not what is outside of the universe, if there is such a thing.
Yes, I don't. Honestly, I don't know how
Look at
else
you.
to
Look at you right now. You are
my
trying
explanation
hard.
because
You are trying stop. You are trying so hard to do mental gymnastics to justify your beliefs.
Could I finish a sentence for the first time on this live for a moment?
You're not offering any evidence.
I believe that I have multiple times on the occasion. I mean, whatever. Ultimately, I think that our opinions are very different, the way we view the
It's
world,
not opinion.
and I think that it's beautiful that in sociology itself, you can present evidence to both sides, and odds are if you present evidence that contradicts other evidence, there's no way they're going to change their mind. That's the first basis of sociology.
Wrong.
I'm in college.
What?
So I'm getting literal education from
doctors. The scientific community has gotten smarter over time, and we have gotten better at doing certain things. And one of the things we've gotten better at is taking people's scientific hypothesis seriously. We don't just shut people down anymore. We did it in the 1950s. There's a young woman while they were mapping the floor using sonar, the ocean floor, they're mapping the ocean floor using sonar. They discovered the huge rifts under the water. And there was a scientist prior to this, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head, who hypothesized continental drift. The scientific community laughed him out of the fucking, laughed him out. This one rediscovered his theory that continental drift was real. And initially she was a little laughed at. But after they started mapping the floor and discovering more, they realized that continental drift is real. And those scientists were credited for their discovery. We are now, 50 years later, in a better place where science is actually doing a better job of accepting hypotheses, following the evidence, doing peer reviews, and discovering things. Where there is a mountain of evolution, or a mountain of evidence supporting evolution, you have absolutely zero evidence supporting intelligent design. Now, when you discover your evidence, I invite you to write a scientific article, present your evidence for peer review. And if you're right, cool, great. I'm an atheist and a skeptic. My position is always 100% of the time neutral. I don't give a fuck either way. I will follow the evidence wherever the hell it takes me. And it's just that simple.
I love that. I am too. In every single way, I'm independent. I vote independently. I take my evidence from the internet and books and libraries, and I take it all together, and then I look up the opposite of my personal opinion. And I find evidence to contradict what I first believed, then I reevaluate. And I don't know. I guess
Then
what I was
how
trying
in
to
the
say, I
hell
don't
did
really
you get to
understand
intelligent
how what you
design?
said has connected to sociology and how literal tests have proven that if you give evidence to
That people
somebody
have
that
confirmation
contradicts
bias?
their evidence, that they will not change their mind. I don't know what that had to do with
Yep,
that.
people have confirmation bias issues. Agreed. That's why the
Yes.
scientific method roots those out.
Well, that's not what I
scientific method
said.
doesn't
I
give a fuck
literally
what
was
people
just
do.
trying to end the conversation and just stating that beliefs cannot be changed, evidence presented against evidence cannot be
Beliefs
changed. I
can be
don't.
changed. Beliefs can be changed.
Yes,
I
but
used to be a Christian. Now I'm an atheist. Don't tell me beliefs can't be changed.
I'm
I've
not
met
telling
people who
you that
walked out of
personal
hate
beliefs
groups.
cannot be changed. I'm talking in debate. If you give somebody evidence that contradicts their evidence, the odds of them changing are literally none. Like if you look at any
Yeah, in a debate, I
Yes,
wasn't
that's what
talking
I'm
about a
talking
debate.
about. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I said
You didn't say
first.
that initially.
I guess I assumed you would understand that by the fact that I was
Okay.
clearly
Well, I
closing
mean,
off the
that's fine. And
conversation.
I already understand that to be a fact. I understand that to be true. I have no intention of changing your mind, and I don't do this to change the person's mind that I'm talking to.
All right. Well,
This right here is for the people in the comments who don't know and are listening and want to know more. They're going to look at my arguments, they're going to look at your arguments, and they're going to make up their minds for themselves. This
Yeah.
argument, this debate likely changed somebody's mind in the comments, and it wasn't to intelligent design.
Yes, which they would not be involved within the debate. I'm saying between me and you. I was just trying to give a common ground of that ultimately.
I'm not going to
we
try
both
to
have
change your
our
mind. You seem dead set on believing what you believe. My point is, regardless of what you believe, doesn't make it true.
Sure. And I guess we can. All right, you know what? Never mind. Actually, I'm just gonna go to
Do you
bed.
want those other sources that I was willing to give you earlier?
Oh yes, please.
Renegade Science Teacher. He is here on TikTok, and he has a YouTube channel. I can't remember his name. Forrest something or other.
Okay.
And then on YouTube, Aron, Aron, Ra, R-A, Aron Ra.
Okay, I have them both down.
They both have fantastic educational videos in regards to how evolution works and arguments that stand against intelligent design.
Great. I guess Do you do these debates often?
All the time. Forrest.
Okay. Well, I would love
there
to
it is
come
right there.
back.
There it is. What? There it is right there. Forrest Valkai is the renegade science teacher, and that's his YouTube channel.
Okay, Forrest Valkai. Great. So I guess I would love to do a little more research on what we talked about, and I'll try to come back into the debate and have some more evidence to present, I
Sounds
guess.
good.
Cool.
I'm
All right,
looking
thank you.
forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we're going with Zabot.
Yo, Mr. Ethan, what's going on?
That was, damn it, like the whole fucking app crashed. And then, yeah. All right, so I crashed. And then, yeah. All right, so I have guest requests again. I'm going to go with Lovesick Lobo. Guest requests again. I'm going to go with Lovesick Lobo. I don't know why the app crashed. That kind of pisses me off. I don't know why the app crashed. That kind of pisses me off. May not connect with love. May not connect with Lovesick. Lovesick. All right. Nope, Lovesick isn't connecting. All right. Nope, Lovesick isn't connecting.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yep.
Sweet. I'm gonna start with like just a question. Why is your tag Hail Satan if you're atheist?
Why is my tag Hail Satan?
Yeah,
Metaphor, symbolism.
but there can be no Satan without God. Yes.
I didn't say I don't believe in a literal God, man.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
believe in a literal Satan.
all right, that's what I was wondering, if it was more of a literal Satan or like a figurative thing.
And honestly, Satan has nothing to do with God. If you want to talk about the devil, you can be my guest, but that's not what Satan is.
Okay, what's your form of Satan that you're talking about?
Satan is a title, not a character. It's like doctor is a title. Satan literally translates from the Hebrew word adversary. It does not
Okay,
depict a specific character in the Bible. It is not ever referenced in reference to the devil.
but you know what we're talking about right now. Like whenever I say that, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I understand from the Sunday school version of Christian education,
Yeah.
because I had that education, but I'm literally talking about the theology itself. I don't care about the Sunday school version.
So when you say Hail Satan, what are you saying?
Fuck Christianity, or just in general, fuck religion.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with what you were just saying. Define Satan.
Adversary. I am the adversary
So
of tyranny.
hail adversary.
Sure.
Right,
Hail
sure.
the idea of standing against religious tyranny.
Right, and you're saying that there cannot be a like a God per se if evolution
Never said that.
exists.
Never said that.
You said that there is no evidence of conscious creation. Yeah, like a
Yeah, there's no
creation.
evidence that there is a God. That's true. That's a true statement.
Okay,
there is no evidence of a God.
That's fine. But you're saying because there's so much evidence of evolution?
No. Evolution and a God are two completely different concepts and ideas.
But why?
Evolution is a fact based on observable evidence. And
But
there is no evidence of God.
Okay. Okay.
One doesn't have anything to do with the other. Evolution has nothing to do with God. If
Why
right
is
now,
that?
tomorrow, hold on.
But why
If right
are
now,
you
tomorrow,
able to decide
stop
that?
and let me finish my fucking point.
You didn't let me finish.
If
You cut me
if
off.
tomorrow,
That's
if
funny as
tomorrow
fuck.
they disproved evolution, you wouldn't be any closer to proving that a God exists.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well, you're the
You
one
wouldn't let
asking the
me finish
question
what I was
regarding
saying.
God and evolution.
No, you said that they are not the same and they cannot like correlate. Why is that? Why can there not be a God?
Because
that,
they're two different claims.
Bro, you're gonna bitch about me not letting you finish. Are you gonna let me finish?
You asked the question, I answered it. What do you want from me?
Bro, you're a funny fuck.
I know I am. I'm fucking hysterical.
Yeah, you're making me laugh. You cannot bitch about me not letting you finish if you're not gonna let me finish.
Fine, finish. Be my guest. Rant away. Let's hear what you got.
All right, it's not even a rant, it's just a statement. So
Go
you
for it.
said that those two statements cannot correlate at all. I am saying, who are you to say that? How do you know that if there is a God, that God cannot be like you believe in science, yes? So why could God not be a scientist? Oh, I see this. I want to make it better. Continue to progress. Why can there not be a God and evolution? You know what I'm saying? That's my point. That was it. That was the only statement.
Okay. Evolution is a claim about how life evolves on Earth.
Right.
The claim of God is about how all things have come into existence. There is a mountain of evidence in favor of evolution. There is zero evidence in favor of a God claim. They are two different claims, and they have two different levels of evidence.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, why are you able to say that one cannot correlate with the other?
Because they're two different claims that carry two different amounts of evidence.
What I'm saying, but that's fine. I get what
No,
you are
I'm not
saying.
ignoring
That
what
is
you're
true.
saying.
No, you are.
You think God is a scientist that started evolution. I'm asking you to prove fucking God exists.
Have you ever done research into the scientists that have proven statements in the Bible were correct? Not even that I am a big believer in the Bible per se, like exactly what it says. But there are scientists that have gone through like the Red Sea incidents, with Moses.
No.
You haven't?
That's an actual false line of bullshit that was made up.
The scientists
and disproven.
When?
I can't believe I have to do this.
Bro, you're funny as hell,
Like
dude.
Christians are like allergic to Google.
I'm not.
Then why are you arguing in favor of it?
Because I'm not one to say that they're like, why are you able to put life in a box? What is it that I think that you're just sad, honestly. I think that you got really sad and you were like, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to come on here and be a sadist and just shit on shit. Because it makes you
I'm
feel
not a
better.
sadist. And I'm not shitting on people. I'm shitting on bad ideas.
Who are you to say that an idea is bad, though? Like, who are
and while
you?
You might be sitting here. You might be sitting here. Here's the thing. You don't have evidence of a God. And so that frustrates you.
DMT.
And you want to attack me personally.
Dreams.
No,
I'm not attacking you personally.
You want to attack me personally because you don't have a fucking argument.
Because
you don't want to. You cannot prove that a God exists. And so in this argument, you are using an ad hominem structure to attack my personality.
Bro,
I haven't attacked you personally. I don't give a fuck about you.
You
don't care.
It's so sad.
I don't care about your personality. I don't care about your argument structure.
You try to tell me it's sad.
I care about whether or not what you say can be proven to be true.
That's cool. Good for you, man. Prove dreams. Why do dreams exist? Why is DMT?
If you didn't want to have a real conversation, why the fuck did you come on my live?
I just asked you multiple questions and you just keep whining and bitching.
I didn't whine and bitch about anything.
You just
I'm asking you if you didn't want to have.
Why are you
shut the fuck up. If you didn't want to have an interesting conversation, intellectually honest, fine, fuck you, you're done. I don't give a fuck about you, man.
Eat me, bitch.
I don't fucking care about you.
Bitch.
You're a fucking pussy and an intellectually dishonest fucking clown. And I mean, that's just all there is to it. It's really just that simple. You can be all angry in your corner. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I don't give a fuck about what you say. You are not intellectually honest, and you are not an intelligent guest. So go fuck yourself. Moving on.
Oh my God, I'm on. Hi, how are you doing?
Pretty good yourself?
Good. I'm sorry you're going through all that right now.
No, it's all right. It
Um,
happens every live. There's always one or two of them. They want to jump in here and talk stupid shit because they're mildly offended that somebody would question their beliefs.
yeah.
And fuck them. I don't care. I'm not
Yeah.
losing sleep over it.
Yeah. But I just wanted to come on, just to like not bash you, one, but two, I'm a personal believer in God. But I'm a believer in God, but I don't believe in the Bible. So I guess I could relate to you on like some part. Like I believe there is a higher power, but like the things in the
So then
Bible, it just most of it doesn't
you're a
make any.
deist,
What is that?
a person who believes in a higher power that doesn't involve itself in human affairs. It created everything and then just kind of does its own thing.
Okay, that makes more sense then. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just relate to you on like some parts of it too, and like another
I
way I
have no
look at
evidence
it.
for a deistic God either, though. It's not just the Christian God I argue about. It's the Muslim God, the Jewish gods, the Greek gods, all of them. I have no evidence to support the existence of any God claim.
Yeah. Yeah, and also like I kind of look at it as like cuz how the Bible has just been changed so many times. I would rather, just have like a personal relationship by myself with him or her or whatever it is versus practicing a false word or a book that's been changed so many times. Like I just look at it like that.
Mm. Yeah, I don't give the Bible any credit. It's largely been disproven. The last guest was going to sit here and quote chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea. That's a bullshit line. That whole story has been debunked for years. I can look it up. It takes like a minute to Google search it. Um, but regardless of that, I mean, even leaving the Bible out of it, I don't have any evidence to support the claim of any gods.
Mhm.
Not even a creator God. None of it.
Mhm.
And I
Yeah.
think the Bible is actually a little bit more inherently evil than anything else.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna argue with that. It definitely separates everybody. I mean, me as a gay man, like I know for a fact that especially Christians, Christianity is a very evil religion, especially when it comes to um, the ones who try to scare gay people away from the church, that try to scare people away from God, saying He's not gonna ever accept you. Like that's the reason why a lot of gay people don't have a relationship with God or like that don't believe in God. I blame them for like a lot of the problems that go around,
Well,
especially.
religion has always had some inherent bigotry embedded into it. I
Mhm.
mean, you're only seeing it from the modern perspective, but if you read the history of the religion, it never changed. It's just different targets of that bigotry. At one point in the first few centuries of Christianity, there was a denomination of Christianity that celebrated Asherah, who was a female goddess, and that denomination was made up almost entirely of women. The Catholic Church burnt them at the stake and tortured them for heresy. In the
Yeah.
first few centuries of Christianity, Christians killed Christians. That was a thing. Um, Nothing about religion is healthy or good. It's today their target is gay people. 1,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, it was women. So I mean, their target of bigotry is always going to change, but it's always going to be something.
Yeah.
Religion's tribalistic.
Hmm. Yeah. So I just wanted to put my like little input in, like how like I kind of relate to you, like I kind of not, but like I still respect you and your beliefs because everybody's entitled to their own beliefs and everything. But yeah,
Oh, I'll
I,
never respect beliefs. I won't do that. I mean, I'm not. I recognize the fact that I'm not going to change some people's minds,
hmm
and I mean it's their right to have that belief, but I'm not going to respect it
hmm
because it leads to bad shit.
hmm yeah, and I understand that. Like that's you, and I can't hate you for who you are, basically.
Well, your beliefs don't make up who you are. Your beliefs are just your beliefs, and your beliefs will change over time in your life.
Yeah.
I will respect a person based on their autonomy, their individuality, who they are specifically. But beliefs are not to be respected. Beliefs are to be questioned and ridiculed when found wanting. Racism is a belief that should not be respected. And that goes for all beliefs. They need to be evaluated and determined if they are moral or just or compassionate beliefs. And then you go from there. But beliefs, again, I don't think deserve respect.
Yeah. I mean, when you put it
Not
like
even
that,
my own.
yeah, when you put it like that, I guess like that definitely makes me like rethink a bunch of stuff. I've been watching your live for a little over an hour now, and you definitely got me questioning a lot of things. I thank you for that. But yeah, I just wanted to put my input in there.
Do yourself a favor, man. Go on YouTube and look up the atheist debates, and pay attention to the conversation. And once you've had a chance to look at the other side of the subject, it gives you more perspective. Yeah. You can make a better informed decision for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Totally understand. Well, thank you for having me on here, and thank you for all your information.
Thank you so much, man. You have a good day.
You too.
Hey, boobs.
Yo.
Hello.
Mr. Ethan, what's going on with you?
Man, just hanging out. How about you?
I'm alright, man. So, first of all, I just want to say, at this point, I don't even know. You feel me? I've been doing a lot of soul searching. You feel what I'm saying? And I've just been trying to find my own way. Like, I wouldn't say I'm doctrine or whatever y'all was saying, but like, I've been trying to find my own truth in a lot of shit. But one thing that I do question a lot. So, do you want to talk about Freemasonry? You want to talk about the New World Order?
I hate conspiracy theories so fucking much. Freemasons are they're just a group of dudes, man. They don't do shit. They're not a secret society of, devil worshippers or God worshippers that created society. Freemason, all that shit's nonsense. I've actually been to a Freemason meeting, and it's all wonky bullshit. It's just their personal belief in faith, raising money for nonprofits, that kind of shit. It's not a global conspiracy of things.
I don't know, because it made me question, because it's like, yeah, there is first of all, let me just say this, like, to this whole live, like, I'm not convinced that any of the God claims are, like, true. At the end of the day, people are going to believe in what they believe in. You're going to believe in what you believe in, and they're going to believe in what they believe in. But the thing is, what you want to do is not just you, but just everyone. Just don't judge. Like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people get
Yeah, it would be
defensive.
nice if people's beliefs didn't include some kind of judgment. But I'm an atheist. My position is neutral. An anti-theist would say that there is no God. A theist says there is a God. An atheist says, I'm not convinced that there's a God. My position is neutral. If tomorrow there's evidence of a God, I will believe in that God. Until then, I'm going to remain neutral.
Understood. But there's my take on that. But back to the whole Freemasonry thing. So I was trying to do some research. I'm not fully like educated on the whole topic, so that's why I came on here to try and ask you some questions. But if like, and by the way, my standpoint is also neutral at this point, joining this live. So these are just like strict questions because I want to know the answer. So if God ain't real and shit like that, if Satan ain't real, why is one of the most powerful organizations, according to the government, well, not the government, but all these theorists, why are they promoting evil that really targets Christianity, among other things? Like, I just find it
Like
like
what?
conflicting.
What targets Christianity?
So it's like, I forgot where I saw the video, but it was a video and it was about this dude. I think it was Charles Manson. I don't know. like I said, I'm not fully educated on this whole topic, but a lot of people in the comments are saying because of money, and they're saying like money's the root of all evil. And I feel like among money and other things, like you heard of celebrities like doing a whole bunch of wonky shit to pretty much stay relevant.
Yeah, like John Travolta joining the Scientology religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard of celebrities doing wonky shit.
So that wonky shit, and you know how they talk about selling your soul in order to achieve success. I don't feel as if selling your soul is actual. You're writing off your soul, and your soul is gonna come out your body or some shit. Like I wanted to pretty much ask, do you think that this like whole Illuminati, Freemasonry shit, whatever New World Order, like I feel like that all connects, and I feel like selling your soul is just literally giving away what you believed in before you came into this whole situation and giving that away for something that's evil that usually goes against.
People
like,
keep
I don't
making
know.
claims
Mhm.
about Freemasons and these secret societies, but there's never been any real evidence. It's all conjecture. And Bill Clinton couldn't get his dick sucked by a Jewish girl in the Oval Office. Most powerful man, arguably the most powerful man on earth, couldn't get his dick sucked by a Jewish girl without that shit hitting the media. I'm sorry. I don't believe in global conspiracy theories, and there's no evidence for it.
I didn't even know about that. Is that an actual thing?
Well, Bill Clinton getting his dick sucked by a Jewish girl in the Oval Office, yeah, that happened. He was, what do they do to presidents? I can't remember what it's called. God damn it, what the hell is that? What do they do to impeached? Thank you, impeached. He was impeached because of it.
All right, I know about that. And how does that correlate to what we were just talking about? I'm sorry, my memory's like
So the most
gone.
powerful man on earth, arguably the president of the United States, the most powerful man on earth, couldn't keep it a secret that he got his dick sucked by a Jewish girl. He couldn't keep that a secret. If the most powerful man on earth can't keep a fucking secret, you don't think there wouldn't be a whistleblower somewhere that had solid evidence?
True.
In a global hidden societal conspiracy theory?
True. And also on top of that, I just watched a video. It was like, I don't really like watching news, but I just watched this like news report, just like underground media, and it was regular news, and then it like a 2-second cut of some weird like satanic ritual scene, whatever the fuck, and it was like hail Satan, and then it clipped out. I feel like that shit was rigged. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I'm a member of the Satanic Temple, and I can tell you right now
Those
that
are
we don't
different.
do underground.
Those are different, though.
There's never been a satanic death cult. It's never existed. There have been a lot of Christian death cults, but there's never been a satanic death cult.
Christian death cults? What is that?
Yeah.
He said, yo, this got high.
What was that one from the 1970s where they thought the fucking God was on the other side of the comet or some goofy shit? Children of something. I can't remember the name of it, but it was largely Christian based. Actually, shit, fuck it. You know what? Let's Google it.
Someone said there's cults for everything.
Well, Trumpism is technically a Christian cult, but
what the fuck is that?
Trumpism?
Yeah, what the hell is Trumpism?
So you really don't watch the news at all, do you?
Bro, I try to stay the fuck away from the news. I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, you can't develop an informed opinion if you lack information.
Okay, so
Heaven's Gate. Thank you. Right there in the comment section. Heaven's Gate was a cult. It was a Christian death cult.
Wasn't it when they just like literally tried to kill themselves in order to get to the afterlife or some shit, or like aliens or something?
Yep.
Shit like.
It was an American new religious movement, often described as a cult. It was founded in 1974 by Bonnie Nettles and Marshall something or other. I don't know. Marshall Applewhite. And it was largely based on Christianity. It wasn't entirely Christian, but it was largely based on Christianity. And yeah, they drank the fucking Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Wait, what does that mean? Drink the Kool-Aid?
It was poisoned. They all died.
Oh, that's what they did to. Oh, okay. And that was like a mass suicide. And didn't I think this is one of the only things that I really looked up. Didn't they like send a bunch of cops and they just saw like a whole scene of just people dead and they walked into this little building, or was that something different?
Well, I mean, there's various versions of it, but Heaven's Gate, I mean, they had a compound. People were dressed in the specific tennis shoe with, I think, jogging clothes or yoga clothes or some goofy shit. And they drank the Kool-Aid and died. They poisoned themselves because they believed in a claim that, didn't have any evidence.
Yeah, they gone.
Jim Jones, somebody in the comment section said Jim Jones. That was another cult. I don't remember what the name of his cult was. He was an American Christian
Jim
preacher.
Jones.
An American cult leader, political activist, preacher, and faith healer who led the People's Temple was the name of the cult. And yeah, a bunch of people died. He actually was suicide by gunshot.
Okay.
There is a podcast that you should listen to. It's called Was I in a Cult?
I'm about to write it down. Was
I in a Cult is one of the probably best fucking podcasts I listen to. I love that podcast.
And I'm guessing that's people telling their stories on certain cults around the world, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it's people sharing their stories about, them being trapped inside of a cult.
How the fuck? So, yeah, they were in a cult. They made it out to tell their stories, but how can you really know? And I'm just asking, bro, like, I'm not even trying to start a debate, but how the fuck could you really know if that shit is fabricated or not? Like, there are some genuine whistleblowers, and then there's some people that are, like, ordered to go.
I think
spread this misinformation to make you scared.
You're trying to reach for this weird thing. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. Okay, let's say that there is a secret society. Who gives a fuck? Why care? What impact does that have on your life?
Shit, I guess none.
Pretty much.
I guess not.
I'm gonna keep doing the things I do. I'm gonna ride my motorcycle. I'm gonna go to the gun range. I'm gonna watch anime. I'm gonna keep living my life. I don't give a shit if there's a secret society. I don't care. It has no impact on me.
Yeah, I think the reason why I brought up the whole Illuminati shit, whatever the fuck, is because I feel like that shit did have like it actually does have an effect on people, but I guess I don't really know. Like the whole COVID shit, I'm getting to some topics that I really don't want to talk about. The whole COVID shit, do you think that shit was like an actual like disease that blah 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 was trying for, or do you think that we created that shit and that's a whole new meaning?
I think it was a naturally occurring variant of an already existing disease, SARS. I think that it was a disease that mutated, that became infectious to humans. I think it happened naturally. It occurred naturally. No reason to believe that it was intentionally released by the Chinese government I don't believe in conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a little bit more research, brother, because a lot of shit that I don't know quite yet, but for sure,
That's all right.
for
Just
sure.
be aware of your sources, man. Like, you don't take anything at face value. You've got to consider your source. Is the source bias? Does it have, like, if you were to go right now and research where did COVID come from, and you clicked on a link and it started rattling off bullshit about how the Chinese government invented this virus to cause problems, you're probably on a right-wing news media source, not a neutral media source. So you've got to consider your sources when looking up information.
For sure. All right. Well, I mean, shit, bro. I mean, that's about it. I just wanted to see. I just wanted to see what was up. Just get a piece of your mind real quick, see what's going on. But yeah, but I fuck with you because I like some other dude. Because I saw this other dude that was doing what you was doing, but it was just simply God is imaginary. Like he was not open to no fucking different standpoints, nothing like that. He was just like, yo, God's
Well,
imaginary.
some atheists kind of like there's bad apples in all groups. And while atheism is a position on whether or not a God exists, atheism is not a moral compass. It is not a worldview. It is not it's none of those things. It's just that's the position I take on this one claim. That's it. So you can find atheists that are misogynist, racist. I've met atheists who think the earth is flat. I've met atheists that are dumb as shit. So again, you got to be careful of your sources. Not all atheists are, informative.
Yeah, homie was a little condescending. But look, bro, I hope you have a good night, man. Good luck with the rest of the
Brother,
dudes
you
that's
do
about
the
to come
same,
on
man.
this
I
ride.
appreciate you jumping in and hanging out.
Yes, sir. You have a good one, bro.
You too, man. Take it easy.
All right. All right. So now we've been doing this for a little while. I want to reiterate. Up here, you see my Venmo and my Cash App. I am on I am on dialysis for kidney failure. I do have a job. I work gig work because I can wrap my schedule around my medical needs. So if you can donate a little bit, I'd really appreciate it. Dialysis is definitely a fucking struggle. Working a job is even more of a fucking struggle. And so I'd really appreciate any help. You don't have to. If you can't afford it, don't do it. But if you can, throw me a few bucks. I'd appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on to the next one. It is Your Mama. MoMA? Your Mama.
I do have a GoFundMe,
Hello.
but that's it. I'm sorry. Hey, how's it going?
Good. So, I've been on the live for a while, and I've heard that you are an ex-Christian. I'm also an ex-Christian, and I wanted to know if you relate to this. Something that really made me turn away from Christianity and the faith was reading the Bible. And one of the
Yes,
things I
that's what
picked
made
up,
me an atheist.
one of the things I picked up was how can a loving and just God sentence his creation to an infinite amount of time of punishment for finite crimes? And that's something
Yep.
that just never settled with me. That's something that never came across as a loving and just God. So I just want to know what you think about that as well.
Well, I completely agree. I became an atheist by reading the Bible. It started out as I was morally opposed to the Christian God. He's not a good guy.
No, he's not.
And a lot of the time I will get the argument from Christians that the Old Testament doesn't apply. We had a new covenant with Jesus, and Jesus isn't any more moral than God in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, when you died, you just died.
Yes.
You were
correct.
done with it. You get this new covenant and you get Jesus. Now suddenly there's an eternal torment place or eternal punishment for the finite crimes. And in Christianity, it doesn't account for nuance. There's no difference between murder and two men being in love. And I think that's disgusting. It's immoral.
Absolutely.
I mean, you cannot, even in American law, we have nuance. A man gets off of work, goes home, finds his wife cheating on him with another dude, and he kills them both. This is considered a crime of passion, which carries a different intent. than, say, premeditated murder. You know, a crime of passion is not the same thing as a premeditated murder. So we differentiate murder in the law based on intent. Christianity doesn't do that. Not at all. It doesn't care about intent. It doesn't care about nuance. And so I think you're right. The Bible is very gross.
Yes. And I mean, I was at a Christian university for 16 years, and everything that you have been saying on the live is what I was taught by my biblical teachers. I was taught in New Testament classes. I was taught in Jewish tradition classes. What you are saying is correct, but what they would retaliate and they would say to you is just, well, it's faith. You have to have faith in God. But the problem with that is you are putting your faith into something that has not been proven or disproven, and people have given their testimony stating that they have felt so empty when they were in the presence of God. They have never felt more empty when they were with God. And that's a problem because, you see parents loving God more than they love their children. And that's disgusting.
That's one of those tragedies that goes beyond. Okay, so like the Bible is what made me an atheist. What confirmed my atheism was two other things: scientific discovery and the behavior of Christianity as a whole. An individual Christian can be very loving, very kind, very empathetic, very humanistic. But when you look at Christianity as a whole, it is a fucking pit of despair.
It is.
I'm tired of reading stories on social media of some 13-year-old girl who got kicked out of her home because she came out as lesbian to her parents. And they love them some Jesus more than they love their child. But the Bible specifically says to do that. Jesus spoke on that shit. He said, you are to love the Lord more than your family.
Yeah. It's very egotistical. And
it's narcissistic.
I think it's very dangerous when you are putting your trust into something that you don't know is real or not. When he is condoning such actions, if you look back into the Bible, God condoned slavery. God killed millions of children. God even let his own people suffer. If you look at Pharaoh and the slaves, God hardened the heart of Pharaoh. He did that to Pharaoh. It was him. And he let the slaves suffer. And so when you really look into it and you step back for a moment and you want to look at both perspectives, you have to look at the fact that God is much like an abusive relationship. And,
absolutely.
And, for me, it was very hard to get away from Christianity because my family is very Christian. And I wasn't able to come out to my parents because of Christianity. I was told from the ages till I could understand what words meant to now that if I were to date a woman, I would go to hell. I'd be sent to hell. And it wasn't until my parents went through their own struggles, and my mom was questioning her faith in God too, that when I was able to come out to my mom. And it's very sad that it's in those circumstances that's the only time you can trust your parents, is when their own faith is being questioned. It's very sad. And I've asked my mom millions of times, like, why do you love God more than me? I'm right here in front of you. You can see me. I'm here for you more than God. Well, why do you believe in God more than me?
It's fear.
Yeah, it is. It's fear. Completely.
Your parents were indoctrinated. They were emotionally manipulated. Their parents did it to them. So it's a generational thing. A lot of times I don't look at religious people like they're the problem. I look at the religion like it is the problem, and how it's taught is the problem. It's just a series of bad ideas, and people who believe in it are necessarily, by definition, a victim of it.
And another problem that I do have with the Bible is the book of Genesis, the story of Adam and Eve. That's another big problem I have with God. Like, you willingly cursed generations after your own creation. You cursed Adam and Eve, and you cursed generations afterwards. When you tempted them, you set them up for failure. You really did. If you think about it, he did. If you put a toddler in a room and say, hey, you can play with all these toys, but don't play with this fire truck in the dead middle of the room, what's the first thing they're going to run to? It's the fire truck. And so I think it's very dangerous when we want to look at our own morality, but we don't look at God's.
Yeah.
And so I just want to say kudos to you.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. And you're right. You're on the right track. I think you've got a voice, and you should be making content about this subject and topic.
I try. I go live, but I get banned almost every time I go live.
Yeah. I try very hard to make this more of a discussion. When I found out that when I make this more of a discussion and less of a personal rant, that I get banned less often. And so that's the window I try to keep it from. And I'm always asking questions. I try not to be too accusatory. I ask a question, they can't answer the question or won't answer the question most often. Most often they just won't answer the question. They waffle on it and try to make up some bullshit excuse.
Right.
But try to come at it from more of an intellectual perspective and less of an emotional one.
Right.
Make your videos, find a point you want to talk about. You want to talk about Adam and Eve? Make a video about Adam and Eve. Because the thing is, we need more secular, non-religious voices in society. We need this in the community. We need this represented in politics. We've got to get these evangelical extremists out of politics.
I guess the reason I come from a place where I give personal anecdotes, it's just that so people can understand that it is okay to separate yourself from religion, even though you've been through trauma. And
Right.
that's one of the
And that's
main
something
reasons
else you
I'm
can do
so open to it.
That's something else you could do that might help you with your personal trauma and dealing with that deconstruction. In your videos, talk about your personal experience. You're going to get shit comments no matter what you put out there, right? You can go on YouTube and look up a cat video. Somebody's hating on it. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
So on your, make TikTok videos, talk about your personal experience, your deconstruction, break it down from your perception and give people something to run with. Somebody's going to connect to that. They're going to be, you know what? I'm going through that. And they're like, well, maybe she's right. And they're going to start their deconstruction based on what you've offered. So be a voice. You're on the right track.
And you said something earlier that completely made so much sense, that people spread ignorance through the lens of arrogance. And I think that was very well said. And I will look into that definitely and speak more on that, because that was brilliantly said. And I appreciate you. And I just found your page a couple of days ago. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you for jumping in and having a wonderful conversation. It's been great. And I appreciate your perception.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Yeah, have a good one.
As I know, I actually invented that quote. Religion is based on ignorance through the lens of arrogance. I think I invented that. At least I hope I did, because I'm actually really proud of that. Let's go with empathy.
Hello.
Hey, what do you say, Lawless? Hey, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your stream, and what a profound knowledge you laying on everybody. I've been following you for a while, so cheers to you, bud.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the support.
Listen, I wanted to talk to you about something. Let me plug up the power so I don't lose you while we get going.
Shoot.
Do check out my page when you get done. I play music and I'm educated, do a bunch of stuff, man. Here we go.
I love music, man.
20 seconds. Word. Okay.
I like listening to people play guitar. It's my favorite instrument.
Oh, I got plenty of those. This is an Oscar Schmitz. It's my first guitar was an Oscar Schmitz. This is an electric that I go to guitar stores and I pick them up, man, and they talk to you. You know, when you look at a guitar, you look for this action. Plays really well, doesn't buzz, has a good tone, good quality wood. It's almost like a unicorn, man. And the lead guitarist from Foo Fighters got one just like this.
Like one of my favorite YouTubers is Frog Leap Studios.
Oh, no doubt. Love them. Every single one is awesome, right? Love them.
Yeah, he does these amazing cover songs that are just, he takes a cover song that's like 1980s pop music and he turns it into a metal track, and it's fucking amazing.
Oh, telling you, sick too. Everything he tries is sick. And he's got labs too. But yeah, there's a
He
wealth of
kind of
knowledge.
reminds me of Marty McFly from that scene in Back to the Future where he's on stage doing the song, but then
Long
he
hair.
loses his fucking mind and goes straight jam.
Dude, he's like, you know what?
He kind of like,
I got that. I'm gonna go knock this out and just. I mean, it's just cool. Listen, I'm telling you, it has something to do with harmonics, the universe, and truth. Like music is definitely something that comes through people. This is my other favorite
well,
guitar.
I think that tones have a huge impact on
That's what I want to talk to you about.
people's emotions.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about it. So here's a Fender.
But I don't know that there's anything supernatural about that.
I'm not saying supernatural. I'm saying evident in nature. So held to by natural devices. So let's get into it, man. Are you ready for it? I'm gonna blow your mind, but I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I really want to kind of pick your head on it. So I'll preface this all with the one topic of now what? Okay. So knowing what you know, knowing what we know, that you know that it's a lifetime of education. We're always going to be learning. Knowing what you know, after our conversation, I want you to tell me now what, okay? All right, so the first thing is I want to talk about, are you familiar with the story of Bob Lazar? I know it's UFO phenomenon. People don't want to do it with conspiracies and stuff, but since the 80s, Bob Lazar's story has been out there in the public. Are you familiar with it? Glasses
No.
dude from ones. The only reason why we know about Area 51.
I don't know anything about Bob Lazar.
Do a little quick sermon out of it, okay? There's a news station out in Nevada where George Knapp was a news reporter. Basically, John Lear and this guy that used to be in the area as like a photo processor named Bob Lazar was in the newspaper for making a jet car. He basically was working at the national labs there, got a job with U.S.
Hold on. Literal
Sure,
quick Google search says Robert Scott Lazar was an American conspiracy theorist who claims to have been hired in the late 1980s to reverse engineer extraterrestrial technology.
Yep.
You lost me. I'm done.
No,
I'm out.
telling you, I'll give you
absolute bullshit. This is ancient alien levels of nonsense.
Based on technology. Don't cut me off. I mean, we'll talk about it, but I don't want you to feel that feeling that you have. Okay, I'm an educated man. I'm not going to lie to you, and I will tell you. Just look at me skeptically. I know who you are, but I just want to give me a second. All right, just listen to me. So if you look into his story, just take it on merit and case. Okay, so his design and technology and his story is what we're evidently seeing in technology from quantum mechanics. Theories, and I know your conversations about the universe, big bangs and stuff. I'm saying in scope.
The vast majority of our scientific discoveries in technology come from NASA. They have nothing to do with Bob Lazar.
And whether knowledge is really known or is regurgitated and institutionalized is knowledge within itself.
No.
What I'm talking about is
no.
So you were talking earlier about pi, the connection between universal language and mathematics. Whether we see that in reciprocity, the reflective of harmonics in the universe, whether it's macro or minor, or macro or what's the word? Macro, small, macro. Anyway, small and big, as above, below, that type of thing. Big and that, this, that. If this and that, this too shall pass. All these things are basic, like Sanskrit or dhalmas or something like that people try to like regurgitate because it's truth. It's like I know I sound like horrible. Just give me a second, right? I can see it in your eyes. It's all right. Like, listen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I don't mean. I'm not trying to be an ass.
You're not. Wait.
First off, UFOs are quite.
Ethan,
UFOs are quite literally unidentified flying objects, not identified flying objects. We have no evidence of aliens ever landing on Earth. It's all conspiracy theory.
Ting, 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 all checks. Okay. So, again, we're talking about the oldest text that started in Sumer before Sumer, there was Sanskrit. The Sanskrits were taken from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Religion's based off of that. So you talk about the earliest language of any culture is going to be its structure. Megalithic structures all over the entire planet, whether they're devastated or plasma burned, all have the same design and language within them. The pyramids had no hieroglyphs on when they found them, and they carved those hieroglyphs into them. So that's why you look at megalithic structures and see hieroglyphics that are indented or older hieroglyphs, and ones that are raised out or younger or the oldest hieroglyphs. So these megalithic structures throughout the entire continent all have unimaginable displays of technology as well as craftsmanship and sheer magic. So Bob Lazar and George Knapp came out with a story about Area 51 in the 80s. There's been lots of movies done about him, and basically your idea of what you've been told is what the mass media is going to be told. If you YouTube it, he's got a wealth of knowledge.
I don't believe in conspiracy theories. Stop. I don't want to do this. I don't stop. I do not believe in conspiracy theories. I don't believe in any of this nonsense. The scientific method is a method by which we root out people's personal biases.
I got you, man.
Stop.
Blaming. Yeah. I know what you
do
think.
not believe any of this.
I don't. I
None
only
of it.
what I can actually prove as far as overwhelming data, overwhelming proof to the fact of.
No, see, that's not the truth, though. Nobody's won a Nobel Peace Prize for anything you're claiming. I mean, if you think you have the truth, I invite you to write a scientific article, submit your evidence for peer review and study.
Exactly. Yes. And I'm telling you,
because nobody's ever done it.
No, it is. It's again, it's meant to be a conspiracy. It's like saying the military-industrial complex isn't true. Our money is money.
Why?
Because it's not true.
Why do you think there's a global conspiracy to hide the truth?
It's not a conspiracy when it's truthful. And I say that by saying that
it is a conspiracy because this is literal all conspiracy.
Okay, so Ethan, I agree with you that a lot of it is conspiracy, and there's always truth behind all conspiracies. And
no, there isn't.
There is. There really is.
No, there isn't.
The world is
there isn't.
That's the whole point. Like you get little bits and pieces clouded from what they give to you.
No. Sorry, that's just absolutely not a true statement. Conspiracy theories are not based on truth.
But
they're based on
about, if
bullshit.
we talked about big bangs and universe collisions and the concept right now is basically harmonic universals universes interfering, and where those bubbles touch, big bangs are happening all the time instantaneously, and it's the concept of infinity. So like you said, take a watch.
I don't understand literally anything you're talking about. First off, we don't know that we live in an infinite universe. That's a hypothesis, but we don't know that because we can only see a certain amount of distance around the planet.
Exactly. But when you have assumptions that have data to prove experiences can be over and over and changed again, and like you said, tested and verified, then those data become theories. Those hypotheses.
It's not experiences; it's observations. You're missing words here.
None of them are really proven. They're all theories. I get you. I got you, man.
No. Stop. Whoa. A theory is the best known explanation based on an observable evidence. It's not just a theory. That's literally a fact. Evolution is a fact. Gravity is a fact. Germ theory is a fact.
You got that too. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I got you. You're preaching to the choir, buddy. I'm on you. I got you.
No, but you're not. You're saying a different thing than I am.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to do is enlighten you on a concept that I believe you're cut off to. Doors closed.
How is it going to benefit my life? How is it going to offer any benefit to humanity?
Doubt. Give me the moment to express that, and I'll do it like within a 2-minute frame. I'm not going to blah 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 blah. So again, if you YouTube Bob Lazar, if that's a qualm or a crux, you don't want to believe it, that's okay, because there's like Preston or
it's not about wait.
Linda
we
Martin.
Don't pick and choose our beliefs. We don't pick and choose our beliefs. We are either convinced of something or we are not convinced of it. And I don't see any evidence from your perspective that would convince me that your statements are true.
Okay, well, can I explain a little 2-minute blurb about my evidence of there being some type of overall connectivity or control or guidance, a consciousness, awareness, some type of naturally seen control to the functions of everything.
Go for it.
When I'm not convinced that those God claims are all true together. So the point is that, in essence, we observe nature, and everything that we know is from observance. And the science is that our observations are what are producing our realities. And if that's the same concept of biological as well as spiritual or electromagnetic and harmonical. So if you think about your brain, right, it's getting all these inputs from your body, right? Ethan, come on, man. Your brain's getting everything from exterior input, right? You were talking about your eyes and all that stuff. You know that they're biologically, your body only has a certain realm of reality awareness. So if you cut your arm off and you get that ghost feeling, people that have like their arms cut off, they have that ghosting feeling. I can tell you this pinky right here scratches, itches. Okay, that's their reality, but their arm's gone, right? It's that Schrodinger's cat in the box with
that is a malfunction of the brain, not a physical fucking reality.
Sure, but you can also do that, like you said, with DNA. With we were talking about 98% of the DNA is actually crap. Well, yeah, you're right, because that last 3 or 4% makes up a jellyfish or an elephant. So the concept is that crazy. But yeah, I mean, we're closest to orangutans, and I know I'm gonna throw you away, and I don't want to kind of like blow
sorry,
it off.
I'm genuinely gonna end the conversation, man, because I've asked for evidence of any of these claims, and you've gone from one aspect of some science to another aspect of a completely different science, and there's nothing connecting these sciences. There's nothing supporting your claim. I don't even know what the fuck your claim is.
What I'm saying is there's a connectivity to everything, okay? There is. And the way you look at it is everything is reacting. Okay, Einstein's spooky distance or spooky action at distance. Take a photon of light, you split it across the universe expanse. Einstein's spooky action at a distance. Okay? Schrodinger's cat. All these principles are
Schrodinger's cat was a philosophical discussion. It had nothing to do with what you're talking about. You stop and actually hear me.
Hearing you.
You don't have a basis for anything. Every time you start to talk, you go through 5 completely different subjects that are barely related, if not at all related. Stop fucking talking.
All right. Okay. All yours, man. All yours.
You are going through 100 different goddamn subjects that aren't really even remotely related. Some of them only tangentially related, and they have nothing to do. You're not saying anything.
I would like to, Ethan. I would like to say something to you.
Well, I mean, you started off with this conspiracy theorist who made claims that he obviously couldn't back up.
I can back up everything I say to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I won't.
All right, well, let's start with that guy then. Where in the fuck is this alien technology that we have?
Okay, so YouTube Bob Lazar's discussion group. That's all you're going to need to know. It's all there.
No, I need to know more than that. You made a claim. I want to understand this claim. He supposedly reverse engineered alien technology. Where is it?
Yep. U.S. government, like Philip Jordan Corso, same thing, said that he gave out the lenses for night vision, the fiber optics.
No. Night vision came from NASA. Night vision came from NASA.
Zenith. What's the one? Xerox. Philip General Corso was working for the U.S. government underneath what's his face was in charge of the government. Look it up, and he released those items and his book the day after Roswell, and it's UFO paranormal basic knowledge. There's like 30 years of studying on this.
Joseph Chamberlain Wilson was the founder of the Xerox Corporation, a graduate of the University of Rochester and a member of the Delta Kappa Epsilon fraternity. He helped develop xerography, pioneered by Chester Carlson, as president of Xerox, he made an effort to integrate Xerox into during the late 1960s. Bullshit.
Philip
You're
General
making
Course.
fucking nonsense. You're making bullshit claims. You are making bullshit claims. You are. And I'm not going to entertain this anymore because it's literally boring the shit out of the people in the comment section.
Or not, man. I'm not trying
I
to pull
don't
your
do
leg.
conspiracy theories. I don't do nonsense. You just specifically made a claim that is patently fucking untrue. And I proved you wrong with a Google search.
Dr. Stephen
We're
Greer,
done.
Philip, Preston Dennett.
I do not do conspiracy theories. Take that crazy shit across the train tracks. I don't want to fucking hear it. What you are doing is spreading misinformation. You are spreading nonsense. You are spreading bullshit. I don't want to hear it. That is so far off the tracks. At least Christians have a fucking excuse. You don't. How do you donate? Right up here, Venmo and Cash App. Those are the two most reliable ones for me. I do have a PayPal if that works better. For those of you, he brought it up, so I'll readdress it. I am on dialysis for kidney failure. I do work a job, but it's not very reliable. It's gig work, rideshare, shit like that. So any little bit helps. I appreciate all of the help. If you can donate, do so. If you cannot, don't. And if you don't want to, don't. I'm not trying to con you out of your money. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Stop being ignorant and maybe get more donations. Why? What are you doing? You mean if I'm more like you? If I believe what you believe, I'll get more donations? Why do I find that hard to believe? Yes, I smoke cigarettes. So what? You telling me you don't have any bad habits? All right. Well, that last person didn't connect, so we're going to go with meat.
Hey, man.
How's it going?
I just wanted to ask you, why do you think that people think all this horrible shit about Freemasonry?
I honestly don't know. I think people like drama and they like inventing shit to feel, like a victim or feel relevant. I think people make up things to make sense of the world. Other than that, I'm not really sure why people make up horrible shit.
I mean, yes, it is a private meeting, but, and here come the comments saying Freemasonry is evil, and I heard it all. I am a Freemason. And I hear it on a daily. And I am.
I've met Freemasons. I've been friends with people who were members of the Freemasons. I don't see it. I don't see the conspiratorial bullshit that some people talk about. I don't think Freemasons have anything to do with a secret society and all the global conspiracy bullshit.
Is it because people don't like secrecy, you think?
I think probably because I don't know. I don't know why people buy into conspiracy theories. I couldn't tell you. I'm sure there's some psychology that describes that behavior, but I don't really know what it is. Um, and
And
be honest, to me, it's irrelevant. I don't care about the Freemasons. I don't care what they do. It just has no impact on my life.
right, right. And by the way, sorry about the last guy. I couldn't follow what he was saying.
Nobody could know what he was saying. I don't
And
think he understands what he's talking about.
well, that may be too. And why do you? I want to keep this civil, of course, but why do you think that? Why are you not convinced that any God's claims are true?
Lack of evidence. There's no evidence to support the existence of any God.
Well, for me, the feeling of God working through me.
How do you know it's God?
Because there would be no other explanation.
How do you know?
See, I had cerebral palsy. I was on a breathing machine for 9 days when I was born, and I believe that God is the reason I'm here today. And you ask, how do I know? I know that it's gonna sound sketchy, but it could. I have heard him talk to me. I have heard a deep voice talking when there is no one else around.
If you are hearing voices in your head and there's nobody else around, that is a sign of psychosis, not evidence for a God. How do you know it's God and not just your brain?
Because of my faith.
Yeah, faith is not the pathway to truth. Faith is believing in things that bear no evidence for their existence. Faith is not a virtue.
Well,
Faith is not evidence. By definition, evidence is something that is evident. Faith doesn't qualify as that.
well, yeah.
So you experience what you think is God. So you have in your mind what God is. Are
Right.
you telling other people who believe in a different God that they are wrong, who have the same experience you do?
No, because
There's more than one God.
I have put it like this before. I have brothers in the Freemasons that has different though different religions. Yes, I believe there is one true God, but who am I to tell anybody else that they are wrong? I have no.
Well, it kind of begs the question, doesn't it? There's going to be somebody who believes in Allah and has the same types of experiences you have. And they're going to tell you that your God is the wrong God, that they have the one true God and you don't.
See,
This is why I require evidence, not faith. Under faith, you, person A, and person B, who believes in a different God, you can use your faith to justify either of those gods. I don't build my worldview on faith. I build my worldview on what can be proven to be true. And I don't have any evidence of a God.
See, I don't tell people, oh, you're Allah, you're Thor, you're Odin, whatever it is. I don't bully them and say that you're wrong, you're stupid.
That's fine. I'm glad that you don't say that, but at the same time, your beliefs require you to believe it. You can not say it, but your beliefs still require you to believe it. You believe that you have the one true God and that all other gods are wrong. Somebody else who believes a different religion believes that they have the one true God and all other gods are wrong. Which one of you is correct? And how do you know?
To tell you the truth, I believe that all of them is a version of God.
All gods are a version of God. Well, that's not true because all of these gods contradict each other. Allah contradicts Yahweh. Yahweh contradicts Elohim, Elohim, or no, whatever, the Jewish God. All of these gods contradict Odin, Thor, the Greek gods, the Roman gods. None of these gods are the same God. They all contradict each other. They're very obviously different gods.
And, well, does it really matter what I believe if I am
It does matter. It does matter because our beliefs inform our actions, and our actions have consequences. We don't live in a vacuum. We live in a society. So people's beliefs matter.
But when my beliefs are one true God, but my actions are that I'm religiously tolerant, that
That's fine.
that
It's great that you are tolerant, but that's not my point. You could be a Christian and you can be loving and kind and generous. But there's two problems with this. The greater Christian community doesn't agree with you.
well, I'm aware of that.
And the other problem with this is that regardless of, how you behave in regards to your beliefs. The bare bones of your beliefs are somebody is going to spend an eternity in a bad place because they did something your God didn't like. And that's not a moral position to have.
I don't think so. I really think I don't think he would send his creation to burn for eternity.
So you think everybody's going to heaven?
Yes. Actually,
Even if they believe in a different God.
What?
Even if they believe in a different God, they're going to heaven.
Yes.
All right. So literally the entire Christian community disagrees with you. Everybody.
I know. And that's why I have changed my denomination from Baptist to being a independent, because when you are a certain denomination, they just open up your head and just funnel in all the shit into your brain that shouldn't be.
Yeah, that's literally religion in a nutshell. That's what all religion does. It poisons your brain. It convinces you of things that are untrue based on your emotional response to reality. It's emotional manipulation. As I've said, an individual Christian can be a very good person, very sweet, very kind, very giving. But Christianity as a whole is gross and dark and mean and bigoted.
But I don't subscribe to them. I put
Fine. I'm not my live, my channel is not dedicated to what you specifically believe. This channel, my live, is dedicated to the fact that I am not convinced that a God exists due to insufficient evidence. And by one of those metrics, it's the behavior of the religion. That's one of those reasons I'm inclined to not believe in a God. The behavior of people who profess a belief in that religion. Now, you can cherry pick your beliefs all you want and create an entirely new religion. But what you are talking about is not biblical at all.
And I'm kind of aware of that. That why I'm kind of weird, and that why religious nuts don't like me very much. But I don't know, man. I just got attacked on here by a hardcore Christian, and him demonizing Freemasonry and all that, because that's what my channel's about. It's about Masonry, and he was saying that, with the title Worshipful Master, that United was a mortal man, and he was a piece of work. That is the reason I have reevaluated my beliefs and don't subscribe to the toxicity.
But I appreciate your insight. And I'm never going to try to change your mind. I'm never going to try to convince you that your beliefs are wrong or whatever. I'm going to argue. I'm going to debate your beliefs. But at the end of the day, you're free to believe what you want to believe. My position as an atheist is that I am not convinced. Your life's experiences are not going to convince me. And religion should be a private journey that individuals go through. It shouldn't be in the public. It shouldn't be in public schools. It shouldn't be in politics. It shouldn't be fucking with the sciences. It should be your personal private journey. And that's fine, I guess. If people want to believe in shit that there's no evidence for, that's their, I guess, thing. They can do that. I appreciate that you are open and you're not you're not being bigoted or mean or bullying other people. I think that's amazing. But I think that's all this conversation has. I'm not convinced due to insufficient evidence. Your personal life experience is not evidence. I appreciate your insight though, man. I'm gonna move on to another guest. I genuinely hope you have a wonderful evening, and
Oh, you too, man.
Thanks a lot for coming in.
Always.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye, man.
Bye.
I can.
There you go. He got it. Yeah, I appreciate insights from everybody, and he was a good guy. He didn't use his religion as a weapon to harm other people, and that's fine. It is, it was a good conversation. Let's move on to G, who I believe I actually know. I think
we were friends a while ago.
Oh, whoa.
How's it going?
Right. I've been like MIA for a year, and I jump on here, and you're a whole different person.
Not really. Same person, just a different haircut.
Oh, no. Okay. I'm a mutt when it comes to religion. And I've been Catholic, Mormon, Southern Baptist, Christian. I've not been to a church. The last church I went to was Southern Baptist Church. No, won't do it. When it comes to religion, in my opinion, it's not a belief, it's a choice. People are choosing.
We don't get to choose our beliefs. We are either convinced of something or we are not convinced of it.
Well, actually, if you look at all your churches, they're a cult.
Yeah, they are a cult, but
and it's a choice.
They are convinced of the claims for whatever reason. It could be they were indoctrinated. It could be they were emotionally manipulated. Maybe they're in a low point in their life, and suddenly having a community of people around them to, help them go through things. Maybe that gave them. Maybe that's what convinced them that God was real. But in the end of the day, again, we don't choose our beliefs. We're either convinced of a claim or we're not convinced of it. I can sit here and tell you that I have a purple, pink, and polka dotted unicorn. You're not necessarily going to be convinced that that's a true claim.
Right. D.F. Wheeler, I wasn't religion hopping. It's called growing up in a split family home and your parents dragging you to different churches. So you might want to take that back, bucko.
Don't try to argue with the commenters. You're just going to frustrate yourself.
That's stupid.
Yeah, there's haters in
What
every bunch.
what I don't understand, because I don't call myself an atheist, because then again I'm putting a label on myself.
Well, labels are how we labels are what we use to understand things. I flinch whenever somebody says I don't like labels, because without labels you can't have language and you can't have a conversation.
Oh, you can.
No, you need a label to describe something.
Mm,
That's what a label is. A
not all the.
label is words used to describe a thing.
Okay, so how is a so you don't like a label? So you take a Christian church, right? You take a Mormon, Catholic, a Jewish, Southern Baptist, and then you have your atheists, right? You don't believe in the Christian, Mormons, Catholic, Jewish, correct? Then why is it okay to believe in an atheist? Because it's
What does
just
an atheist believe in? What do you think an atheist believes in?
What do you believe in? There's atheists that actually believe in the devil, and that's it.
No, there's not.
There is.
No,
They're
there's
out.
not. No, there's not.
They're
I
out
don't
there.
think you understand what the word atheist means.
Okay, deliver it to me.
I am not convinced that God claims are true. There should be, due to insufficient evidence. That's what an atheist is. It's not a worldview.
Evidence.
It's not a dogmatic way of thinking. We don't have tenets for being an atheist. We don't have commandments for being an atheist. It's literally, I am not convinced of God claims due to insufficient evidence. I've met atheists who thought the world was flat, who are racist, who are misogynistic. Atheism is not a worldview, and it's not a belief system. I am just simply not convinced of God claims due to insufficient evidence. That's the definition of the word atheist. Now, I think you have a bone to pick with anti-theists who say that there is no God, but I'm not an anti-theist.
Okay. No, I honestly don't even believe there's a God at times.
I'm not convinced at all that there's a God. There's no evidence to support that claim.
If there was a God, then why do we have people in this world suffering? Why were they brought on this planet?
I think the argument you would get from a Christian is free will, which is a bullshit argument and an obfuscation, but that's the argument you would get.
No, you wouldn't, because in a Christian church, because I have a handicapped sister who's severely handicapped, passed a letter around in church saying that my sister was possessed by demons and we needed to leave.
Yeah.
So you question there really isn't a God. There's not a devil. I believe when we leave this earth, our spirit leaves.
I don't know that there's a spirit either. I don't believe that claim.
Why?
There's no evidence of it.
You have to have evidence of everything?
Yeah, I mean, we should. So my position as an atheist is a position of neutrality. If tomorrow there was absolute evidence of a God, I would believe in it. If tomorrow there was absolute evidence of a spirit or a soul, I would believe in it. It's kind of redundant to believe things you can't prove.
Yeah.
Seems like an exercise in futility.
Yeah. What got you on this road?
I was 14 years old and I read the Bible and I morally disagreed with the God of the Bible. He's a reprehensible bastard. Further beyond that, I considered how Christians behave as a community. Individually, you can find a Christian that's very loving and kind, but as a whole, they're gross. They're very mean, bullies. They're not nice people.
No.
And then there's the scientific and historical claims that are made by science or that are made by religion that are untrue. There was no global flood, disproven by geology, biology, evolution. Like there's a dozen ways you can disprove the global flood. There was no exodus by Israelite slaves or Hebrew slaves from Egypt. That never happened. Archaeologists have been looking for evidence of that since the 1970s and have never found any evidence to corroborate that story. And the theory of evolution disproves Adam and Eve.
Well, I wanted to just ask some questions and pick your brain.
No, I appreciate it.
Because there's so many different things out there. Like I said, I've been in a lot of it. I've seen a lot of things.
I want to go back to the atheist believing in the devil thing. I want to make this clear.
The only reason why I say that is that's my brother.
Atheists don't believe in the devil. If he's an atheist, he doesn't believe in the supernatural claim like that. He's a theistic Satanist if he believes in. Well, he's a theistic devil worshiper, I guess, if he believes in the devil, because Satan, the devil, and Lucifer are three different things in the Bible. They're not the same person. Satan is a title in the same way that doctor is a title. The definition of the word Satan, which is a Hebrew word, translates to adversary. That's the meaning of the word. The devil in the Bible is an agent of God. He does what God tells him to do or what God gives him permission to do. And Lucifer is a demigod. He represents the morning star, Venus, and knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a member of the Satanic Temple. We are all atheists. We don't believe in a literal Satan. We don't worship a literal Satan. We use Satan as symbology, metaphor. We use it as the adversary of tyranny. We are a civil rights organization.
So are you more about, because you don't believe in religion, you're more just out for civil rights?
And science.
Then in science.
One's beliefs should conform to the best scientific evidence available, and one should be careful never to distort scientific facts to fit one's own beliefs.
Correct. This is where I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence with a lot of things, but you go with scientific facts, yet we really, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how to spit it out. It's all confusing. It's all brainwashed to me.
It's not confusing. It's very simple. If somebody makes a claim that has no evidence, don't believe it. It's just that simple. Keeps you in the framework of reality.
Yeah, but reality is shot in this day and time. Nobody can have a belief. Nobody can have anything.
It's not shot.
In this day and time, and all jokes aside, in this day and time, nobody can have anything. Everybody's questioned.
Yeah, you should be questioned. Everything should be questioned. We shouldn't just take anything on faith or at face value.
I'm talking the entire world. Everything is
what?
fucked. Everything's fucked.
No, it's not.
Honestly,
people have
because and this is where I throw labels. This is where I throw labels, because you take religion as a label. You take, racism is a label.
No.
It is.
No.
People throw a label on it. We're all people.
You're telling me, you're telling me life was better before this? Exactly when?
I honestly...
Was it during segregation? Was life better in the United States during segregation or Jim Crow? Was life better in the United States when women couldn't vote and own property? Was life better when gay people couldn't get married? When exactly was life better than it is today?
Life is not better.
It is.
No, there's so much hate.
No. That's just what you hear. We count the misses, we don't count the hits. That's what human beings do. We focus on the negative. You got to keep in mind, your social media algorithm is based on the shit you watch, the shit you interact with. So if you're going to interact with hate, that's all you're ever going to see. There is more to this life. There is more to this life than hate. I just made a video last night or the night before. And this might trigger. This might be a little triggering. I want people in the comments to be aware. This might be triggering. But I made this video, and here's what I said. You are not safe in your house. You are not safe in your car. You are not safe at your job. You're not safe at these places because they are these places. You are safe in these places because, generally speaking, people don't want to hurt each other. I was born in 1982. The world population was 5.5 billion people. We are creeping up on over 8 billion people now, and I'm only 39. So if there was so much evil in the fucking world, so much hate in the fucking world, don't you think that the population of the world would drop rather than rise?
I'm talking about these last few years.
Yeah, well, that's because America's dealing with some growing pains. The world isn't surrounded in hate. We're just dealing with growing pains. And I guess if you want to point the finger at anything, you can point the finger at religion. It started it.
Again, a label.
I don't care about labels. Labels are used to define things. How are you going to discuss a topic if you don't have a label to describe the topic?
And I don't know.
I'm an atheist. That's a label. That label informs you of what I believe or what I'm questioning. I have to take that label for you to understand my position. Labels are necessary.
Well, I see your point.
I appreciate you. You want to see beauty in the world? If you want to see beauty in the world, go look for it.
I have beauty in the world. It's in my
There you go. Focus on it.
I do. That's why I haven't been on social media in 15 months till tonight. And I actually got
social
on
media
here.
is not bad.
I actually got on here to check on you because the last time I was on here, I dropped 3 drama queens on you, and you were the last person I saw. And I told you to get your nails done.
That channel got taken down. They Thanos'd it.
So. And then I seen this, and it blew my mind because you're like a different person.
It's been a long year. Social media is not bad. It's how we use it that's bad. If we're only looking up the bad shit and we're only paying attention to the bad shit, then the bad shit is all we're ever going to see. You want to see the good shit? Look for the good shit. One of my favorite channels that I just stumbled across here on TikTok is the Texas Bushman. He dresses up in a fucking ghillie suit with a bunch of fake plants all over him, sits in a goddamn bucket, and scares people that are walking by. This is hysterical to me, not because people are being scared, but because of the laughter that erupts from it. I love seeing people laugh. And so I made a part of that. I made that a part of my channel, a part of my algorithm, so that I'm going to see people laughing. Change your algorithm.
Oh, there's It's not change. It's just people. I can't handle people anymore. I can't handle
People are
ignorance.
easy.
I can't handle the hate.
People are easy. Hate is easy. It's easy to fucking process this.
I can't handle people pushing things on me. So I
Like
just,
what?
huh?
Like what?
Well, again, a label. I'm talking for my daughter coming home from school, for example. I have no problems with gays and lesbians. My brother's gay. But my daughter gets in trouble at school for wearing a shirt that says cowboy on it because her teacher in class didn't like it, but she can support all the LGBT community.
What does a shirt saying cowboy have anything to do with LGBTQ?
You tell me. That's a teacher.
It doesn't have anything to do with it.
Exactly, but she did not like it. But my daughter, who is uncomfortable,
There had to have been something other than cowboy. I don't think that they would be pissed off at the word cowboy.
Oh no,
that doesn't make any sense.
It was just a t-shirt that said cowboy. I had to go to school and bring her a new shirt. The teacher was offended by it.
How old is your daughter?
She's 13. It's my little one.
Was it a full shirt or a crop shirt?
It was just a t-shirt. Had cowboy
that
on
said
it.
cowboy.
Yeah.
Well, then your teacher's a fucking retard.
But this is also the same woman who, again, you know, she does her classroom up, you know, support, which is great. There needs to be support. But she was offended by that.
Well, that's fine. So she was offended by cowboy, but that has nothing to do with LGBTQ. I don't know why she was offended by cowboy. I couldn't begin to tell you.
I know
but
that.
it has nothing to do with her support of the LGBTQ community.
That's what I'm talking about. Is there's no support both ways.
What do you mean both ways?
I'm talking about the gay community. They have their ways, and it's either you see it as it is or fuck you.
Isn't that what heterosexual people have been doing to the gay community for literally the past several hundred years?
Not everybody.
No, the government, society as a whole didn't imprison gay people or kill them.
That's the government. Am I the
no,
government?
That's not.
Government?
No, that's not. That is not the government. That is the society we lived in. Suggest you look up the story of Matthew Shepard.
Okay.
He was a gay kid in high school. His classmates tortured him, dragged him behind a fucking pickup down a gravel road, tied him to a cattle fence, and beat him to death because he was gay. Now, when was the last time you heard that happening to somebody because they were heterosexual?
There's people that fight people all the time.
Not for being heterosexual, there isn't.
No. Again,
when was the last time you heard of a family booting their child out of the home because they came out as straight?
I got kicked out of my house.
For being straight?
Well.
No. Not for being straight. Sorry.
Not behaved.
The gay community has faced an immense amount of adversity, and they are fighting just for equality, to be treated equally, to be considered normal. Now, I don't know what twisted your kids' teachers' panties in a fucking twist about the word cowboy, but it is completely fucking irrelevant and separate from that teacher supporting LGBTQ.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm getting at is how is it okay for one person to support it? I don't care if it's LGBTQ or their religion. It's
She had
again,
a T-shirt
like,
on that the teacher. She
it's
had a
again,
T-shirt on
it's
that she
like,
had a T-shirt on the teacher didn't like. This is not a political fucking statement.
okay. I guess I got your panties in a bunch over
No,
this.
I'm not twisted. How about the stories of the black kids? How about the stories of the black kids on wrestling team who are forced to have their hair cut? What about them? You think that might be a little more offensive than your daughter being asked to change her shirt?
I wasn't offended by my daughter having to change her shirt. What bothered me is, why is it okay for somebody? Here's an distraction, right? My daughter gets sent home from school because of a rip in her jeans. But a kid can wear a full crow beak for a mask at school.
What is wrong?
My daughter's a distraction, but that beak is not a distraction.
Well, yeah, that's sexism and misogyny. Started by religion. Purity culture. I'm not saying it's fair. I think it's bullshit.
The whole world's bullshit.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Because everybody should be loving one another.
Mostly we do.
I don't think we do.
I said, I think we do. I think that if we didn't, we'd kill each other in greater volumes, and we don't.
But we burnt our cities down.
No, we didn't.
Ago.
What city?
Yeah.
What city is gone?
Louisville, Kentucky was tore to pieces.
By who?
Well, we really don't know.
Well, there you go.
Exactly, we don't know because
I'm from Minnesota.
Against each other.
I've watched college kids riot and flip cars and start fires because they lost a fucking hockey game.
Right. Again, the world's fucked up.
No, it's not.
It is.
Because
in my eyes, it is.
You're only counting the misses. You are not counting the hits. You're counting only the negative. You are not counting the positive.
Okay, what kind of positive should I count?
How many people donated an organ to somebody else today or this year? Did you count that?
No, I don't have the numbers.
How many people donated clothes, pulled somebody out of poverty? How many people helped other people today? Are you counting that?
Yeah, to a point.
No.
But I see so many people sleeping on the streets.
Well, that's conservative Republicans' fault. There are nonprofits that are trying to fix that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's partially Democrats too, but there are nonprofit organizations that are trying to help these people.
Yeah, there are.
Okay.
I know a bunch of them.
So there's positive there.
Yeah, there's positive.
Why aren't you focused on the positive?
If I could go back 15 years, I would not have had kids.
Yeah, I know. So what? I mean, I don't think anybody should be having kids they can't afford to have in the first place. Fuck, if it was up to me, people would be required to have a license to have kids.
I agree.
Yeah, you're responsible for a human life. We have to have a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle because you're responsible for human life. Too many goddamn, there are people out there that shouldn't have kids. There are people out there who shouldn't have guns. At any rate, this world is not a bad place.
I think it was better when I was a kid compared to now.
Yeah, when you didn't have to shuck responsibility. That's fine. Everybody feels that way. I don't know anybody who really enjoys being an adult.
There wasn't so much hate.
Yes, there was. You just were unaware of it because when you were a kid, there was no such thing as social media.
even when exactly social media is the
So what?
devil.
Wait. Stop. So because now you're aware that hate is in the world, now it's a problem? When you were
Well,
a kid and you didn't have social media and you were ignorant of the fact that this shit was
no, when I
happening,
went to
it
school,
wasn't a problem.
when we went to school, because you're just a couple years older than me, when we went to school, it was nothing like what my daughters deal with now.
Yeah, society changes over time. Shocker.
It's just, no.
And by the way, the confusion in school is largely due to the fact that the federal government has defunded public school in favor of charter schools, private schools, religious schools, and homeschooling. So if you want to blame anybody for the current state of education in the United States, you can blame elite rich people and politicians on the right more than the left. Because the right is defunding education, the left is trying to fund it.
No.
Yeah. During Trump's presidency, he put what the fuck is that stupid thunder cunt's name? She was the head of the Department of the U.S. Department of Education. I can't remember her name. Evangelical batshit young. Yes, Betsy DeVos, evangelical young Earth creationist, as the head of the Department of Education. When Obama was in office, he brought some funding back into the education. The president before him, Bush, set up the No Child Left Behind bullshit. So every time a Republican's in office, education gets fucking shit on. Betsy DeVos cut U.S. education budget by more than $30 million in favor of charter schools. Because Jesus.
Again.
There's a Christian organization in Texas right now that's been suing the state of Texas to remove science books from K through 12 curriculum. It is the Republican Party that fights against comprehensive sex education and advocates for abstinent-only education, which increases unwanted teen pregnancies and STD rates. It's the Republican Party, the Christian evangelicals, who are fighting against children being taught evolution in place of bullshit creationism. At every turn, it is religion that is fucking with education. And unfortunately, right now, that religion is largely represented by conservative Republicans. It is Texas that makes our history books and has been whitewashing history to remove slavery from it, to remove racism from the history of the United States. That is a Republican state, and those are Republican people doing that shit.
Again, a label. And this is why I don't.
A label that describes somebody's beliefs. Stop with the label shit. You cannot have a conversation if you do not have labels to describe things. Simple.
Alrighty. Well, I'm making your.
Well, thanks for coming on. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful night.
See ya.
Later.
Yeah, if you erase history, you are doomed to repeat it. And I think that's their point. That's what they want to do. All right, we are going to go with Little Bro V. Little Bro. I am too patient. I've never been accused of that. Well, Little Bro's not connecting, so we're going to go to Blue Mew.
Cool. Yellow.
What's up, man?
Not too much. How you doing?
I'm just not too bad. I'm gonna grab me a cigarette too, man. That sounds good.
It's delicious.
Yeah, I pretty much. I've been listening to what you had to say. You're pretty well informed.
No, I'm not as smart as I'd like to be.
Right.
My biggest problem is I can't sit still in a fucking classroom setting, so I could never go to college for any of these things.
Right. Right. Wouldn't that be nice? Having to bust ass.
Well, I would love to be able to be classically trained in this in these subjects, but I neither have the money nor do I have the lack of ADHD.
Right. I feel you there. I'm better hands on, man. That classroom's freaking insane. But yeah, I came on here
What's on your mind
after
today?
watching countless interviews with people, man, and just folding them over. Just I came on with a question and I lost my thought.
That's all right.
Lost my thought. Trying to see, your main title here is not knowing what you can't be convinced that any I'm not convinced that any of God's claims are true. And I'm like, well, the question I had, man, if you were to define emotion, let's see, what is love? You know, what is the definition of love?
Chemical reaction in the brain.
A chemical reaction. And that's all
Yeah,
it is.
it's
Just
dopamine
chemical
and oxytocin.
out of nowhere.
It's dopamine and oxytocin.
Okay, that's scientifically, but like how you feel, your emotions, your soul.
So how do you define a soul? What is a soul?
Thoughts, processes, right, wrong, good, evil. Your
that's your consciousness.
Right. So I mean, if it was all based on that, like, wouldn't animals have the same? Is that why animals
they didn't evolve? They didn't evolve the same way. And they do. Animals have been proven to experience. They have levels of oxytocin and dopamine in their brains. Some animals have more than others.
I got you, man. I don't want to be shut down. Been shut down by all these other people, but by proving that you have a thought and a conscience, you know, between right and wrong, good and evil, and being able to have feelings, things of that nature. I mean, that is like ever presence of like a soul in my thought.
Well, that's just consciousness. But let's do a quick thought. I'll just ask a question, and it's a genuine question. Do you want to be punched in the face?
Let me think. No, I'm gonna avoid that.
Yeah, I don't want to be punched in the face either. And I have no desire to punch you in the face, and I would imagine that you have no desire to punch me in the face. So we have two objective moralities, or two subjective moralities. We can come together and say, you know what? We're not going to punch each other in the face. We're going to write a law that says we shouldn't punch each other in the face. That's morality. Morality is a consideration of consequence rather than an assertion of authority.
Right. I feel that you can't pretty much so like blowing hot air against a cold door there. But yeah, you're correct on that. That's absolutely correct. But by telling
morality changes over time based on culture.
Being schooled and then just not listening to school and following emotion and your heart. I mean, following what's in your heart, you know. I've lived a pretty hard life by doing the right thing all the time, man. It's not an easy life. being a Christian. You know what I mean?
Christians
I,
don't always. Everybody
right.
has their own idea of what is right and wrong.
I got you. Everybody's got their own story. That's for sure. We all have to give an account for it at the end.
I'm an atheist, and I've had a hard life. So what?
Right. Right. So then there's no point to be proven. I mean, if you're not looking, if you're not knocking at the door, it won't be opened.
The purpose of life is to give life purpose. I give my life purpose. I get to choose what that is. Riding motorcycle, watching anime, having these conversations. I do a lot of things in my life that give my life purpose.
I got you, man. But for the greater all and what you're doing and down the road, I mean, when you look back at it,
what has a religion accomplished in human history?
A lot of wars, that's for sure.
What has science accomplished?
A lot of control.
How so? When I was born in 1982, cell phones were the size of car batteries, and they didn't carry data, and they were unreliable. I am 39 years old, will be 40 in December, and now a cell phone is, now a cell phone can fit in my pocket, and it carries the world's information at my fingertips.
Right.
Science has made your life more comfortable and better.
Right, but I got you. I'm just thinking that science is only there because of God allowing the knowledge to us to be able to figure out these things, because it's
except God didn't do that.
Written
in the story of Christianity, God wanted Adam and Eve to remain ignorant and stupid, and when they achieved knowledge, he punished them for it.
Right, which is sin, right? Which is being able to have a choice.
God didn't want us to be knowledgeable.
He didn't want us to be robots either. He didn't want us to be robots, so he gave us
exactly
that
what the Christian God
knowing it was
expects.
going to happen and allowing us to have the choice. And that choice
that's
is
exactly what God expects. He wants you to be a robot that worships him and kisses his ass.
No. God's always been there.
So what's the punishment for not believing in
every
God?
prayer on my knees, he's always come through, man. Always.
Well, then you're lucky. I thought you had a hard life. If God was there helping you, why was your life so hard?
It's not. It's cursed, but it's blessed at the same time, if that makes any sense.
Well, that seems like just the average, right? Like that seems like that's the life everybody's living regardless of their beliefs.
I can't argue with that. That's smart. Yeah. Right on.
I don't notice that there's a benefit between a Christian living their life and me as an atheist living my life.
I am with my wife. Let's see, and just having a wife and asking God for a wife. I've been with my wife 20 years. I'm 40. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be faithful, doing it right. And I do everything that I can to try to do what's right. You know, I make mistakes. Everybody does. But the overall, it's amazing. It's amazing how much God it's all about faith, man. Faith is accounted for as righteousness. Righteousness, our righteous acts are as filthy rags. So, I mean, that's just
faith is not a virtue. Faith is not a virtue. It does not lead you to truth.
But faith is accounted forth as righteousness, and that is Scripture. So having faith,
I don't care what Scripture says.
Without having
Scripture
the evidence is the exact meaning of faith. I mean, having faith and something that you can't prove is accounted forth as righteousness, and that's all he asks. That's all he asks, is having faith.
No, it's not. That's not all the Christian God asks for. He tells you to love him before you love your family. He tells you that being a good person isn't enough. Good works are not sufficient to enter the gates of heaven.
Right. Our righteous acts are filthy rags.
Yeah, which
faith
is bullshit.
accounted for this.
Which is absolute
accounted
bullshit.
for this righteousness.
Which is absolute bullshit.
He's perfect.
That is not a moral position. That is an immoral position.
He is perfect. We are not.
No.
We are fallible. We are sinners.
First off, prove that a God exists. And prove that sin is real.
That's a tough one. Prove
Yeah,
that God.
it is a tough one.
I will then say I can counter that and say prove that God doesn't exist.
I never said God didn't exist.
I got you. I'm not convinced that any of God's claims are true. No greater love than this, that a man laid down his life for his friends.
No, that's not moral. Sorry, human sacrifice is not moral, period.
No greater love than this, that a man lay down his own life, his own choice, for his friends.
Okay, yeah. In some context, that could be a moral presupposition, but in the context of Jesus, it's not.
What do you mean? Jesus was the sacrifice. What do you mean?
Yeah, except it wasn't a sacrifice for starters. Secondly, God comes down, he sees that his creation is fucking off in a way he doesn't like. Regardless of our free will, he don't give a shit. He feels he needs to fix this problem. So
where does that stem from?
There's no Earth. He impregnates a 15-year-old girl with himself to sacrifice himself to forgive us of the sin he created in the first place.
Wait. Inseminate a 15-year-old girl, that's not scripture, man. And like I said,
how old was Mary?
What's that?
How old was Jesus' mother?
How old was Jesus' mother? Oh my gosh.
She was married to Joseph, which means she had to have been about 15 years old at the time.
I'm not sure of the age. I haven't gone that deep into looking into trying to disprove.
The reason we assume that she was 15 is because that was the common age of marriage at the time. She was married to Joseph when she was pregnant with Jesus.
Right.
So you can estimate her at 15, you can say 18, 19, whatever, fine. Okay.
There's no exact age because people lived longer back then, didn't they?
No, they didn't. People back then died younger.
They didn't eat the same kind of foods and stuff like that, so that
no,
they lived
people back then died younger. People back then died younger. The average, just in the 1800s, the average life expectancy in the United States, the average life expectancy in the 1800s for a male was like 18 to 21. Most common cause of death, falling off a horse, breaking a bone, and starving to death. 21.
I guess, but there's been no factual evidence of any of all that, you know.
Yeah, there's factual evidence of life expectancy all the way through history.
2,000-year-old. I got you, man. I'm not trying to disprove or prove, but all I got to ask you is, you said that you are not convinced that any of God's claims are true, and I'm just
that's not what I'm saying. God claims, which means Odin, Poseidon, Allah, Yahweh, El Elyon, Asherah, any God claim.
I got you. All right.
I need evidence.
All right. But you're not going to get it without, you're going to have to knock on that door, my friend. And, you know,
I was a Christian when I was a kid. I was a Christian until I was 14 years old. And then I actually sat down and read the Bible, word for word, page for page, front to back. The God of the Bible is a fucking dick.
man, you got to be careful with them words, man. They're just.
He indiscriminately murders children, condones rape and slavery. He is not a moral character, and most definitely is not worth worshiping.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I can't convince you without you knocking first. You know what I'm saying? So
I told
there's
you,
no point to
I've
this
already been a
conversation.
Christian. I've already gone down that road. I've
Right.
read the entire Bible like 3 times. But I didn't just stop there. I read about the archaeology, the anthropology.
Do you need a kidney, man? Is
studied
that what you're asking
history.
for?
Sorry?
Do you need a kidney?
No. I don't need one. I can survive on dialysis without one.
Well, what I'm saying, I mean, okay.
I'm telling you, the Christian God in the Old Testament indiscriminately murders children multiple times, condones slavery multiple times, condones rape a couple of times.
No, I've read the Bible.
I am jealous and
angry. I have not read
Isaiah
that.
45, in Isaiah 45:7, he even admits to creating evil.
Creating evil. I think that's when when Eve bit the fruit, you know.
No. Isaiah 45:7. I bring forth the light and the darkness. I create the chaos and evil. Or peace and evil. Yeah. I think that's what's peace and evil. I am the Lord. I give you thanks.
Hang on a second. Isaiah what?
45:7.
Yeah, 45:7. Let's look, because I'm a little rusty. Working too much. Isaiah Old Testament. Yeah, it's been since I've been in the Bible, man.
I just used Google. I used Google and I found the Bible verse right here.
I know. I got you. I got you, man. I just it might just be written differently. I've had Jehovah's Witnesses come at my door trying to throw stuff at me.
Well, this is from the King James Version. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Gotcha. Okay, so he does. So, yeah, he is the author. He is the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning, the end, the I am.
He creates evil.
Yes.
Have you heard of the philosophical argument problem of evil?
Well, if you think about the Alpha and the Omega, beginning and end, you'd think that God created evil, right?
Well, most Christians would argue with you.
Really?
Yep. You'd be surprised at the number of people who will, in this live, while I am using this as a point in conversation, will find a way to apologize this away as though it's not really saying what it's really saying. It continuously accuse me of taking it out of context. I'm not taking it out of context. Well, we're going to check out this philosophical problem of evil. All right, so let me see here. We can go to the Stanford Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Right.
And I can go down here to. Here's a layman's understanding of the problem. Here's a layman's understanding of the problem of evil. And this is by Epicurus, the philosophist. If God exists, then God is omnipotent, omniscient, and morally perfect. If God is omnipotent, then God has the power to eliminate all evil. If God is omniscient, then God knows when evil exists. If God is morally perfect, then God has the desire to eliminate all evil. So evil exists. If evil exists and God exists, then either God doesn't have the power to eliminate all evil, or doesn't know when evil exists, or doesn't have a desire to eliminate evil at all. Therefore, God doesn't exist. That's the philosophy put forward by Epicurus.
Okay. Just by listening to that, God didn't make us robots. He wanted us to have free will. He wanted us to have a choice. He wanted us to be able to choose between good and evil. You know,
if it's not a choice, it's an ultimatum.
It's not an ultimatum. It's a choice. You have a choice to do what's right.
It's an ultimatum. It's an ultimatum.
I can choose to do that.
It's an ultimatum. In regards to religion, especially Christianity, forcing a belief in God is an ultimatum. Either do it or I'm going to punish you. That is not a choice. That is an ultimatum.
I don't even know if it's punishing. I mean, punishing yourself. I mean, it all boils down to you reap what you sow, you know, and you sow good seeds, you're going to reap forth good fruit.
Except that's not true.
You put bad seeds, you're going to reap forth bad fruit.
Except that's not true.
Okay.
bad people can be rewarded here on earth, and good people can be punished.
You can see bad people being rewarded every day, man. They get away with fucking murder. That's because of the time and age we're in. You know,
no, it's because that's how the world exists.
You get more likes on TikTok doing something wrong and burning the fucking house down than you do having a wholesome family meal, you know, and
people like drama.
Right. It's just human nature.
Right.
But I got you, man. I don't want to bother any more of your time, dude. I ain't trying to blow down no doors or nothing like that, but I love God and He's provided for me, and you know, I'm very thankful.
So you didn't do any of that work. So you didn't do any of that work. Only God did it.
Correct. Within me, yes.
So
yes,
then
sir.
Why do you have a job? If God's going to provide for you, why do you need to work a job? Why do you wear a seatbelt?
Because
why do you go to the doctor when you need medicine or health care? If God's going to provide for you, then you wouldn't need any of these things.
You're looking for reasons to doubt, bro. And I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm looking for evidence to believe. I am looking for evidence as an excuse to believe. If tomorrow there was absolute evidence of a God, I would change my fucking mind.
I got you. You're not going to find that. The only way you're going to find that is by having faith. And that's the only thing that is counted forth as righteous.
Faith is not convincing. Faith is not convincing. So here's
God judges the heart.
Here's a question. You want to use faith? Well, here's a question. You want to use faith. What do you say to the Muslim that has complete faith in their God?
I'd say that you need to open this Bible and learn about Jesus.
Right. So you think you have the one and only true God based on faith. They think they have the one and only true God based on faith. Which one's correct? Which one's the right God?
There's only one God. He is a jealous God.
Which one's the right God? How do you know?
How do I know which one's the right God? Because my God provides for me. My God is just.
Their God provides for them too. Their God provides for them too. You're not unique in this. If faith can lead you to this God, and faith can lead you to this God, which one is correct? Which one's the true God?
Jesus Christ Almighty.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? It's written. It's written down.
The Bible is not evidence of the Bible. The Quran is written down too. Is the Quran true?
I haven't read the Quran.
That makes the claim that Allah is the one true God.
I can see a lot of. I think that was back in the day, back when Abraham had 2 sons, and that whole
And it's
war over there in
irrelevant to the point. My
Middle East
question
got
is,
started
if faith can
with.
lead you to truth, and one
Mm,
person has faith in this God, and the other person has faith in this God, which one is
mhm.
the correct God?
Man, you're trying to stump me.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking a
Yeah.
simple question. You
Okay.
said
Simple
faith
question.
is a pathway to truth. I want to know what is
Jesus
true.
is
That is
the
my
way,
goal
the
in life.
truth. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. He who believeth in me shall never perish, but have everlasting life.
The Quran says something similar about Allah.
Okay, so maybe it's just a different language for the same person.
2 different gods.
I guess I
They have
haven't
2 completely different
studied that far
expectations.
because my God says not to study that stuff.
So your God inspires ignorance?
No, it's not more of ignorance. It's more of loyalty, I guess you would say.
So let's say you go to a doctor and the doctor says you have lung cancer. Are you just going to take his word for it, or are you going to go and get a second opinion?
I don't know. I don't go to doctors, man. I got the one true doctor. That's serious. I know. And yeah, you face palm, but it makes me look.
Yeah, I
No, it
face
doesn't.
palm because
I got
quick
faith. I
Google
ain't got no
search.
money for insurance, man. I'm a fucking working man in America. I ain't got no insurance to go to another fucking doctor.
Why is that?
But
I'm
I
going to
got you.
just shoot a limb here and assume that you vote Republican.
Well, I am working class, but I don't vote anymore after this last election. I'm done with politics. You kiss my ass.
Wait. Just a quick question. What healthcare policy does the Republican Party have?
Nothing. You got to be rich in order to be happy.
What healthcare policy does are Democrats trying to fight for?
I'm not sure. It seems like they're fighting for shit. I don't know. I stopped with politics.
Universal health care.
Are you sure about that, man?
Yeah,
they want
that's
more
what
money.
Democrats and liberals are fighting for. Universal health care.
Let's not bring this into to politics, because
well, you sit here and complain that you're a hardworking man and you don't have money for insurance and that you're relying on God to heal you.
You're
for ailments. When I can literally do a 5-second Google search. Stop. I can do a 5-second Google search and bring up obituaries of children who have died because their parents believed in the faith of God.
Right. But I can also, I have faith in my God, and my God heals all my sickness.
Oh, I'm glad you are so privileged. It's too bad that doesn't apply to the 6-year-old with bone cancer, whose parents are literally in tears, dying over the fact that their child is
no
dying.
Control over that, man. Like, I don't understand what to tell you here.
God's got time to keep you healthy, but He doesn't have time to keep children healthy.
Are you looking for a reason to just keep down that same path?
We're done. You haven't answered a single goddamn question or a point I've made. It's over. I don't have time for this shit. I'm over it. It's just seriously. All right, we're moving on to the ravioli. Hello. Ravioli King, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Hello, my friend. How you doing?
Well, honestly, I have a father-in-law which I just had to go and check on right now because he's suffering from COVID and we're in COVID lockdown.
Awesome. That sounds like fun.
Well, let me tell you, there have been many things in this world that I have enjoyed. This is not one of them, apart from the fact that my father-in-law he's 94 years of age and he's a scientist, and he ended up in hospital with a physical condition, And whilst he was in hospital, he ended up getting COVID. So, you know, split out. See, he's also a diabetic. There you go. So
Jesus, man, the cards are stacked against him. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, that's his reading right now. I was just going to give him insulin. Yep.
Did you have any questions? Anything you wanted to discuss?
Well, I got lots of things to discuss. I've actually, can you believe it, waited almost like an hour and a half listening to a lot of the people that you've been talking to, thinking to myself, oh my God, the level of education in this country is just outstandingly low, you know?
Yeah, especially with that last one, because I don't know if anybody else caught it, but I did. He said, well, I mean, he basically said, I'm paraphrasing slightly, that education, you have to have his faith in God. He literally shot down education in his argument. So, yeah, welcome to religion, where it just thrives on ignorance.
Well, you and I are going to have a very interesting conversation, and we're going to take two different sides to this conversation. So first of all, I'm going to give you some background for you and your colleagues, and it's very interesting because I'm a very here's a funny term for you. I'm a very Googleable person, okay? So I actually do come from a very famous family, even though I've got a British accent, which is really funny. Have a guess who my grandfather was?
Albert Einstein.
Chef Hector Boyardee.
Nice.
Imagine that shit. Okay. So here we are. So, you know, I come from a great family, so I have to say it was one of the interesting things. I laughed at myself when you talked about Betsy DeVos, okay? And I was like, oh my God, I kept on putting in the text. I kept on like, no, it's not because of religion that she was defunding the education department. It was because of money.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But religion is a part of that.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Betsy DeVos is one of the most evil, bloody Christians that you'll ever come across. All of her money is basically based on multi-level marketing, and her company is her personal company is based on charter schools. So her idea was we could get more federal money for charter schools, defund public schools, and it would basically make her family a lot more wealthy.
Yeah, I didn't say that
That's
wasn't
all
a
it
part
was
of it.
about.
I was also commenting on the fact
not
that
about
she is
religion.
a young. I'm also commenting on the fact that she was a young Earth creationist, and she didn't like. She was an idiot, but she didn't like education in the way it was being taught, and she made that opinion perfectly clear.
But I tell you, I don't like education the way it's being taught either. I mean, you know, I am. You can obviously tell from my accent, I'm British. I grew up. You know, I come from a multicultural background. My dad is American from an Italian background. My mother is British. I grew up in the United Kingdom. I was very fortunate enough and smart enough to go to Oxford University. I actually have a university degree in signal processing engineering and physics. And I'm still a very religious person. And there's the contradiction for someone like you, is that I'm actually a scientific major with
That's not a contradiction for me. That's not a contradiction for me. Dr. Francis Collins headed up the Human Genome Project and mapped the human genome. He's a diehard Christian.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. But it's a contradiction, not in a philosophical meaning, but it's a contradiction in a scientific background. That what we have tended to do in a modern society is invalidate Christian or Muslim or Jewish monotheistic values by trying to replace them with what I consider to be scientific values, because we work on the principle that one cannot be proved. So I will agree with you. What was very interesting in listening to you was there is a lot of Christianity or a lot of religious values that cannot be proven. The problem is what we've tended to hang on a second, I'm just checking an insulin monitor here. What we've tended to settle on is that scientific values have been proven. And for some reason in our education system, we have settled with that. But here's a dynamic which people have to understand. Is we base creationism on thought. And one of the interesting things that you said...
No, they do not. No, that we're going to absolutely disagree on that. Creationism is nonsense and bullshit.
No, I agree with you. No, that's what I'm saying. I was saying something that what I found interesting what you said was, and that I actually agreed with, is that we will look at creationalism and we will go like, well, that can't be real. And I'm saying to myself, and one of the other things that you said was about the Great Flood. Well, we certainly do know from a scientific point of view, the Great Flood could never have happened, because we certainly know that the water cycle, whatever water we have on the planet today, has always been in existence. So where did the water go? It doesn't make any sense that there was a great flood and all of a sudden the water disappeared. However, creationism is a different animal altogether. And here's the reason why. We tend to believe in Darwinism with evolution. And there is no question that evolution cannot be disturbed. It is one of the fundamental arguments of scientific community. We know the evolution of the species by natural design is absolutely how evolution happened, and how humanity got from one animal basically, or one early primate, to where we are today.
Yeah, I want to interrupt you for a second. Nobody believes in Darwin creationism. Darwinism was the foundation for evolution. No current evolutionary biologist considers Darwin to be anything other than the guy who built the framework. We actually don't like Darwin. We think Darwin was a racist, misogynistic piece of shit.
Well, I have to be a little bit different on that.
And as far as the contradiction between science and Christian belief, that's just nonsense. There's no conflict in the way you're regarding it. Isaac Newton believed in numerology and the fuck's that stupid pseudoscience for turning lead into gold?
You mean alchemy?
Alchemy. Yeah, okay. He believed in those. Just because he believed in that bullshit, hold on. Just because he believed in shit that was wrong, didn't make his work on gravity wrong. He was right about one thing, gravity. He was wrong about everything else.
Well, here's an interesting concept for you. Actually, Newton was wrong on gravity, because it was Einstein. Oh, well, there you go. You see, this goes to, and listen,
Einstein's understanding of gravity came directly from the equations that Isaac Newton put forward.
Absolutely.
Isaac Newton wasn't wrong about gravity. He just didn't know enough about it.
First of all, I want to say to you, I am not going to try to be condescending to you at all. And I mean that with all honesty. The reality is that Einstein was one of the fundamental physicists of the 17th century. That obviously we have Newton's first law of motion, we have his second law of motion, and we have his third law. But
Einstein wasn't alive in the 17th century.
I didn't mean Einstein, I meant Newton. But his work was corrected by Einstein in the 20th century. And that's how we actually get today to Einstein's general theory of relativity, which
The
is
reason why Isaac Newton was wrong about varying things based on gravity is because of the lack of technology available at the time.
That's not the point. That's
That
not
is
the
the
point.
point.
Well, it's not, because math doesn't receive technology induction into positivity. Math is pure, whether it's from the 12th century or the 20th
Right.
century.
But he couldn't verify his findings with the technology based at the time. One of the reasons
But
Einstein
Max
gets so much
Planck,
credit is
well, you
because
see,
Einstein
but
had the technology available to prove Isaac Newton's theories in gravity and expound on them and learn more.
But here's the point. Max
Which you've said
Planck,
4 times and you still haven't made one.
Max Planck didn't have the technology. And Max Planck, who is the father of physics, actually made the statement of thermodynamics. Now, you understand what thermodynamics is. The first law of thermodynamics, I'll give you a chance to check it if you want to. Energy cannot be created. Energy cannot be destroyed. Energy always is, and energy always will be. So the question always is where did energy come from? If it cannot be created, and we know that 13 billion years ago we had let's just call it a Big Bang, all of the energy that was ever created before the Big Bang was there at the start of the universe. So where did all of that energy come from? If energy cannot be created.
Let's pause for a second, because I think you already got one thing wrong. It was Rudolf Clausius and William Thomson Calvin that discovered the first law and the second law. Again, people who discover something can make a hypothesis about that something. And then over time, somebody else who has learned from them can postulate more, build on the hypothesis. It can be peer reviewed. It becomes a theory. So theory is the best known explanation based on evidence available.
We're not arguing about that. Max Planck is the father of thermodynamics.
That's not what it says here.
I mean, it doesn't. That's something that we cannot dispute. The Planck Institute is the actual father of thermodynamics, which works on the first law of thermodynamics. Energy is not created. It is not destroyed. It is just transferred. That is the major point of physics that we all have to agree with. So we work to the point of now we have interpretation of
he discovered quantum theory. He discovered Max Planck discovered quantum theory, which revolutionized human understanding of atomic and subatomic processes. It does not say anything about the first law of thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics is the basis of all physics in the universe. It's very simple.
But you're getting it wrong, because this man did not discover thermodynamics. That was the other two scientists I mentioned.
No. Listen, I would invite
Rudolf
you
Clausius,
after our conversation. I would invite you to go.
Rudolf Clausius and William Thomson are the first people to quote the first and second laws of thermodynamics. Not Planck. Planck worked on subatomic particles.
Listen, I'll forgive you for the error, and I don't mean that in a
We're
condescending way. You okay?
Not gonna do that. We're not gonna rewrite history so that you can, prove your bias. If you can't get one thing right, then I'm pretty sure the rest of your argument is bullshit. It's just, I just simply Googled this shit. It was that easy. Literally, Google gave me results in 0.066 seconds. Or 0.66 seconds. If you're going to say something wrong, I'm going to correct you. It's that simple. And if you can't accept that correction, then we don't have a conversation. End of story. Yeah, you people in the comments can sit there and accuse me of not letting people speak, but I have to make corrections. He said something that was wrong. I corrected him. He didn't accept it. That you can't have a conversation that way. Sorry. I mean, you can be as mad at me as you want to be, but it's just, yeah. Rudolf Clausius, around 1850, Rudolf Clausius and William Thomson Calvin, both are the ones that wrote about the first law and the second law of thermodynamics. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't give a fuck one way or the other. This has no impact on my day-to-day life. I don't give a shit. Why? I'm not inspired to lie about this. I'm not inspired to make shit up. I don't benefit from that. So no, he's wrong. Period. It's not my fucking problem anymore. I don't want to argue with people who can't be intellectually honest about things. Moving on to Lord Bane.
Hello, my friend.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my God, I'm on.
How's it going?
It's going good, man. Short time listener, first time caller, man.
Got you. What's on your mind today?
I'm just wondering why nobody's tried to convince you yet or had any argument whatsoever. I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm like super intelligent or I have any knowledge at all, but I'm going to at least try to convince you of God's claim or a God's claim or the old God's claims, let's say that. So just get to the point.
What's your evidence that a God exists?
Well, the old gods were, we'll take the Greek gods, were based upon unexplained phenomenon that
lightning and waves crashing and volcanoes and earthquakes and love and other stuff that humans didn't have a concept of.
Right. That's what the gods were. Those were the gods.
Yep.
So whatever their claims were, like I'll bring you thunder and lightning, I'll rain, I'll fertilize your crop, whatever. That was their God's claim that they would do this.
You're misunderstanding what I mean by God claims. I'm not talking about claims that have been made by gods. I'm talking about that a God is true. Claims that a God is true.
Yeah, I got you. That's what I'm getting to. So that was ignorance on their part. They didn't know what we know today. But you're a man of science, right? So follow me. I'm kind of ignorant. Correct me whenever I'm wrong, please. But so being a man of science, you would say that your belief system lies heavily in empirical information, correct?
Yes, what can be proven is true.
Right. Okay, so the gods are basically science.
No.
So it's just a different way of looking at it. It was an ignorant way of looking at it. So science is the language of the gods.
No.
How so?
Science is observations made about things we see in nature, making predictions based on those observations, finding evidence to support claims, and it's understanding reality in nature. It has nothing to do with gods.
Right. But that's just like ignorance trying to explain it without technical knowledge of what it was. Like we didn't know what plutonium was or what it can do.
You and I could stand at the top of a building and both of us could drop a baseball. Based on the amount of time it takes for that ball to hit the ground, we could tell you how much it weighs, tell you what the wind resistance is, tell you what the gravitational force is. We can tell you a lot about doing that simple experiment, which is just an observation.
Right.
That's science.
That's
has
right.
nothing to do with God.
But I mean, that's what they did back in the day. They observed certain things that happened, and based on that, they said, okay, the god of thunder and lightning, like, causes the water to come, which fertilizes the crops. That's our basic scientific knowledge of what
Right.
they
And based on
understood.
better observations and better understanding of nature and reality, we realize that climate is a thing and weather is a thing, and it has nothing to do with a god.
But we just changed the name of God to science.
No, we didn't.
I guess you could say that. But I mean, honestly,
if you're coming at it from the perspective that us labeling natural phenomenon and giving it agency as gods was our first attempt at scientific discovery, sure, I'll give you that. But the moment somebody stood up and said, I speak for God, religion stopped being a scientific method and began to become a long con for control.
Yeah,
Either way,
I can speak on that
none
stuff.
of this proves the existence of a God.
But we just proved a different knowledge of it as we grew along as people and we developed knowledge. But it was originally a God to start off with. We just learned that it wasn't.
It was a misunderstanding. We looked at something, we didn't understand it, we gave it agency because that's the only thing that made sense to us at the time. I'm going to say this one more time. This is not evidence of a God.
True, I guess you can see it that way. I mean,
no, it's not. You can see it that way.
It's
because early, uneducated, ignorant people who didn't know any better said something doesn't make it true.
This is true. I mean, that's without a fact. I'm just trying to figure out a way to convince you that
Why are you interested in convincing me that a God exists?
I don't know, because that's what it says. I'm not convinced that any God claims are true. I'm just trying to.
Due to a lack of evidence, due to insufficient evidence. You have evidence that a God exists.
Man. I'm just trying to take a stab at it here. That's all I'm doing.
Well, if you want to convince me, then you need to provide evidence. That's how you convince me that a God exists.
I know that's my problem, man. There isn't no evidence. I'm just trying to figure out a way to explain evidence into existence, like an idea. I mean, it's an idea. It doesn't exist in tangible form or written form. It's just an idea at that moment in time until we bring it to life. So, I mean, right now it's just speculation on anything that gods are, or even the Bible. Maybe that's just the way that they try to present a specific ideal to control the populace. I don't know. Like, that's the way it comes off to me, is like, how can we keep people from like killing each other and stuff like that? Let's build a book.
Except people weren't killing each other before Christianity.
Yeah, I would say they probably did.
Oh, not as much as you think. We had societies where killing was considered wrong, where stealing was considered wrong. Yeah. We had these societies before Christianity existed.
I mean, we can go back to like Mesopotamia and stuff like that. That goes all the way back.
South America, or North America, or Asia, or Japan and China, or any other country where people lived.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they had people that killed. I mean,
they've had murderers. So what? So what? They had murderers. We still have murderers today. Right. So what?
Right. But I imagine, like,
we still, as a society, said we probably shouldn't kill each other.
Yeah. I mean, no, that's
without
that's
Christianity.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, it's going to get to a point where you need to influence some kind of control on people as a governing body to exact your ideals and your wants and desire, probably mainly money and
In the
control.
first few centuries of Christianity, Christians killed Christians.
Oh yeah.
Like by the thousands.
Oh yeah, they're good at it, man. They're the biggest population control system in existence. That's without a doubt.
You're still missing the point, man. What are you trying to get at?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a way to convince you that some kind of God has some
Then
kind
I
of
told you. I told you what you need to do to convince me that a God is real. Provide evidence.
I mean, the closest I can get is probably like where I was going before that. Gods were just ignorance, and now science has just replaced the gods as
I'm going to repeat
ignorance.
myself. That is not evidence of a God.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not
If your desire is to
unsubstantial
convince me
evidence.
that a God is real, then you need to provide evidence of that God.
I tried, man. I really tried. I was just trying.
You haven't tried. You have not given me a shred of evidence that a God exists.
Well, it's kind of like ice skating uphill, to be honest. I mean, it's hard to prove something that doesn't exist as real. But I'll go
Then you
ahead and
don't believe
give
in
it a
God.
college try. I'll ice skate for a whole second and see where I can go.
You don't believe in that God is real.
Not at all.
So then why are you? What the fuck, dude? Fucking trolls, man. I swear to God. You're not funny. You're a fucking idiot.
Happy.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to give some logic and reason to this conversation because I was kind of over the Christians.
Yeah, bring it.
I'm so amazed by these people. Like the God in the Bible that they read is in any way moral or kind or worthy of worship.
It's because they skip over the bad shit and they only focus on the good shit. They cherry pick the scripture.
It's so frustrating to me because I read the Bible regularly and it's trash. It is trash.
Yep.
And they want me to believe that God had a kid, so now he's nicer.
I've never heard it put that way, but that's a good way to put it.
Like that doesn't make sense to me. Oh, I've settled down now. I've got a kid.
They didn't really settle down though, did he? Because then he went and killed his kid.
Right. Yeah.
He just is the ultimate tale of late-term abortion.
Yeah, a really late-term abortion. I threaten my kids with that all the time. I'm going to take you to the abortion clinic. They're 27 and 21. Let's go.
Yep.
If God can do it, I can do it.
Right? I mean,
like
technically, if you don't sin, Jesus died for nothing.
That is very true. And here's the thing. I want to point this out to Christians. If you've never questioned what you believe, if you've never looked into options and then came back and said, no, this is what I believe, how can you say that there is strength in your faith? You've never tested it. So how can you have strength in it?
It's ignorance. It's remaining, well, basically it's intentional ignorance. I had the young man on prior, and he said that he hadn't studied the Quran because the Bible told him not to. So he willfully refused education because of his religious beliefs. He chose ignorance because of his religious beliefs.
So how can you say you're strong in your faith? Like, that doesn't make sense. If you're strong in your faith, you should be able to test it and come back to it and be like, no, this is absolutely 100% what I believe. And they never do that. They're, no, it's God. It's God. It's God. The Bible proves it. It's so frustrating to listen to these people.
I don't know how you do it.
My position will always remain neutral. I'm an atheist. I sit in the position that when there's evidence of a God, I will believe in the God. Until then, I'm not under any obligation to do so.
And even if I believed in him, in all honesty, he's not worthy of my worship. So he
Not
gets
even
no
a little
praise.
bit.
My
I'm
baby.
not going to give him. I'm not going to make special pleading for him. I'm not going to make up excuses for his behavior. If I'm going to be held responsible for my behavior, he's going to be held responsible for his. Period.
Right. As it should be. He's got all these human qualities, jealousy and anger and rage and wrath, but they can't look at that and think that people made that. Like, they came up with that. They put their own, like, they say that we were made in the image of God, and I think that God was in the image of.
Well,
they wrote that book to
hey,
control the population.
And then you consider the nice to people.
No.
They're mean, especially like in my comments. I mean, pay attention to my comments. There's always a Christian in my comments who is being just rude and condescending and, mean-spirited. They call me names. They tell me I'm ignorant and stupid.
Oh, I was in a live the other day that it was the same kind of religious debate, and this guy pulled out an AR and was threatening the life of the host. Like, you're so Christian. So Christian. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
That's the American Christian, which is a completely different religion, right? That's not original Christianity. It has nothing to do with what Christians believe in the 1st through 5th centuries. What modern Christians are is a very different monster.
Shaky put in, how am I condescending? Because I've actually read the Bible and you haven't?
Yeah.
I don't think that's condescending. I think that we're just educated and you're not.
Which is, largely a choice.
Oh, it very much is. They go to church and they hear what the preacher says, and that's what they go with. Yeah, they don't ever go home and read the dirty, nasty parts.
No, they blind faith. I'm pretty sure that person in the comments right now that's talking shit has never read the part of the Bible that condones slavery. He never read the part of the Bible that condones rape. He never read the part of the Bible where God just indiscriminately murders thousands of children.
Oh, my favorite part about the rape, though, is there's a part in Deuteronomy where it says if a woman who is betrothed and is raped in the country, the man should die. But if it's in the city, they both die because she could have cried for help. Now, really? That's really that's kind and just, right?
Yeah, that's their idea of justice. The Christian idea of justice also follows that all sins are equal. So according to Christianity, being gay is the same as murdering somebody.
Yeah, literally. And it's disgusting.
It's gross.
It's absolutely disgusting. But
well, I appreciate your insight.
If you're Charles Manson and you take Jesus before you die, then you still get into heaven, right?
Oh yeah. Who was the serial killer that did that? There was a serial killer that did that. Jeffrey Dahmer. Before he was put to death, he asked for absolution. He got forgiven of his sins. So according to Christian doctrine, he's probably in heaven.
Right. How am I okay? Katie M. Hamilton. How am I manipulating I'm literally reading it word for word out of the Bible. How am I manipulating it?
Calm down, Soprano. Right. All sins are the same in God's eyes. So your God thinks murder is the same as two men loving each other.
And you notice it only says men. It doesn't say women.
Right.
Yeah. It never says a woman can't lay with a woman. It's just a man can't lay with a man.
Well, Shaky Pudding, then your God's moral compass is completely fucked and wrong. Period.
I love that Shaky Pudding.
Two consenting adults being in love with each other is not tantamount to murder. I don't give a shit. That's just disgusting to think.
Yeah, no. And how I don't know how I'm taking out of context shaky pudding, because I'm reading it from the Bible. Like as we speak, the Bible is open to these cards, and I'm reading it from the Bible.
They're going to accuse you of taking it out of context.
Which, Kadeem, which 10 verses would you like me to read?
Go to Exodus 21. I mean, it condones slavery.
Do you want to talk about slavery? Do you want to talk about rape? Like, which ones?
Yeah. I mean, they haven't read the Bible. They're arguing from a place of lack of knowledge. They don't know what they're talking about. They're going to say it's out of context, even though they've never read it. So I'm done listening to the goofy commenters. They can say whatever they want.
That out of context is my favorite one. You're taking it out of context.
It's always the like go-to excuse.
I've read the Bible Explorer. I've read it, and I continue to read it. It's not like I pick it up and I go through and do like you guys do, and I pick and choose the parts I want to talk about. The Bible does tell you, there's actually a part in the Bible, let me find it, where it actually says you can go out and buy people and then leave them to your sons if they were born on your land. Beat them as long as they don't die in a day or two. Here's one that says,
Exodus 21 is part of that.
Yeah.
Exodus 21 is part of that. And then there's another one, I think, in Leviticus. They're all, slavery's all over.
What's in the Bible now, Kadeem? Let's see. There's 1 Peter 2, verse 18. Be subject to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the unjust. So even if they treat you like crap, you've got to kiss their ass.
Well, I appreciate your insight. I'll move to another guest. And
okay.
Thank you so much.
I'll hang around.
You too. I appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Yes, I did scratch my nuts. My nuts were scratchy. Y'all think I should give ravioli a second chance? Swear to God, dude. Good.
I have the feeling I'm going to face palm by the end of this. Pop. Ravioli King is busy, I assume. Oh no, he's not available. What a shame. What this individual instead.
Hello,
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How do you do?
Well, living the dream. What do you want to talk about?
Good to hear. Oh, about my deconstruction story that
Go
happens
for it.
a couple of days ago. So I went on TikTok. Then there's a video by Christy Burke. Love her video. She did a great explanation, and she opened my eyes. So there's a verse in the Bible, Romans 9, about Jesus creating human, and apparently he made human with intent. So there's a human that is saved from birth, and there's a human that's going to hell, which is sad. And when I read it, I just like my eyes teared up. I was concerned, and yeah, I start my deconstructing journey.
Oh, that's good. So did you grow up like hardcore evangelical or just kind of nominal?
I think I'm evangelical. I think, I don't know. My,
That can be kind
my,
of a difficult thing to come out of.
my parents are just tell me to go to church and stuff. So as a little kid, I don't know what should I do. So I just follow them, which is sad, you know?
Well, I mean, that's kind of how it works, though. I mean, most Christians today are Christians because their parents kind of made them be Christian. It's just part of how it works.
It really affects my life for being gay, you know.
Yeah. It can be difficult, and I get it. Deconstruction is never easy. It takes work and it takes years. I grew up barely. I mean, the only time my mom made me and my brother and sisters go to church was when she was trying to impress her mother. So, like, we grew up Christian, but it was nominally Christian.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm out of it though. But I still have to go undercover, you know, like pretending to be Christian. You know what I mean? Since I'm not financially independent right now.
That's also a difficult part, right? You can't be who you want to be around Christians because they will, like, your family will abandon you if you don't believe what they believe.
Exactly. It's frustrating.
It is.
But
it's very tragic. I've heard a lot of stories that are very similar to yours.
Mm-hmm. But hey,
sorry, I don't mean
at least
I don't mean to interrupt, or I don't mean to interrupt or change the subject. Somebody asked a question in the comments I want to address. Yes, I am kidney failure. Yes, I am on dialysis. That's why I have all this up here. It's not made up. It's not nonsense, and I'm not trying to con anybody. I work a job, but it's difficult and it's not sufficient income. So that's why all of that is up there. Anyway, continue.
But hey, being undercover Christian is kind of fun though, because I go to church and like it's try not to laugh challenge because I have to hear this ridiculous story.
I couldn't do it. I want you to know, man, I couldn't do it. I was living in Texas in 2020 before I moved out here to Phoenix. And a friend of mine, somebody I had met when I moved to Texas, her and her daughter are still to this day they're like the coolest people. And I talk to them on social media and I text them on occasion. But she was very Christian, and she actually convinced me to go to church with her one day. And that will be the last time I ever sit in another church pew again for the rest of my natural born life. The shit that came out of that man's mouth at the front of that fucking church, I wanted to walk up and, oh my God, he pissed me the fuck off. He said some just gross shit in regards to children and all this other shit. And it was such a horrible fucking experience that I will never go to church ever again. I just won't do it.
Same. Okay, so last week when I go to church, you know the story where Jesus fasting in the desert for 40 days?
Yeah.
I literally just hold my laugh and started asking questions like, first of all, who is the eyewitness in the desert? Because I think there's no one, just Jesus.
That's a good question. It was just Jesus, and then the devil was there to tempt Jesus. And those were the only two people there. Who the fuck wrote about it?
Also, the second question is, why would devil tempt Jesus? Like he know he's son of God. Like, doesn't make sense. If he has
if Jesus is God incarnate on earth, how can the devil tempt God? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Like it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I appreciate your insight. I'm super happy for your deconstruction. I hope that you can get to a point where you don't have to fake being a Christian. I hope there's some point where you get to be your own genuine self.
Yes, I would love to. Like living in this country,
thank you.
being myself. Also, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Did you dye your hair? It's darker than last time.
No, I didn't dye it. It's just, you know, sometimes if I wash it, it's a little, like I was gonna shower earlier today, but I haven't gotten to it yet. But when I shower and I dry it out and it gets all fluffy, it'll be a lighter color.
Interesting. Also, I love your piercings though. Kind of cool.
Oh, thank you.
The
You have a
tattoo
wonderful
is a
night.
yes
Thanks
for
for
me.
jumping on here and having a conversation with me.
Also, can you please help me to deconstruct my belief on ghosts? Because in my country, the spirituality is just too much.
As soon as somebody provides evidence for a ghost, I'll think ghosts are real. Until then, they're not.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with a ghost.
Huh?
All of your senses, all of your memories, all of the things that make you you are a part of your brain. If your brain is dead, those things can't exist. There's no sight, smell, sound, touch, taste. Your senses don't exist. If your brain is dead and you don't have a nose or a brain, then you can't smell anything. And so a ghost, they don't exist. There's no evidence for them.
Also, Shannon being rude in the chat. Girl.
Everybody's rude in the chat.
Shannon. But hey, at least Ghost entertains me though. Like their stories and stuff.
No, the stories are entertaining, and you know, I like some of those types of movies and shit like that. I think it's a part of our imagination. It's good for storytelling, but it's probably a bad idea to take it literally.
Yeah. Also, Ghost really helped me with, fashion styles, such like those old vintage fashion, you know what I'm saying?
No. Well, I do. I want to thank you for joining me. I genuinely hope that you can continue your deconstruction, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
It's afternoon here, but anyways.
A wonderful afternoon. Sorry.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Shout out to everyone. Have fun. Goodbye.
All right. This is on a short leash. I'm only doing this because people in the fucking chat requested it. Please provide evidence for a God or anything that I would remotely find convincing.
Am I back on with you?
You are.
Yeah, sorry. I had to deal with my father-in-law and go and give him some more insulin.
It's okay. I understand.
You know, one of those scientific things. So, let's talk about, let me talk to you about fundamental physics again.
No, I don't understand physics. I'm not a physicist.
Okay,
I don't know anything about it.
Hang on.
So literally the conversation will get us nowhere.
Okay, wait. Calm down. I actually read in some of these posts here on the list here. They said I was condescending to you, and I got to say, listen, I apologize. I didn't mean to be condescending to you, honestly. So I was kind of not offended, but I was hurt by other people saying, "Oh, he was condescending to you," and I really didn't mean to be. So now we might disagree.
I didn't end the conversation because you were being condescending. I expect that type of behavior from Christians, so I know what I'm getting myself into when I start having a conversation with one. I ended that conversation because I fact-checked the claims you were making, and you were wrong and refused to acknowledge it.
Well, look, you need to fact-check them again, but let's do that afterwards, okay? And if
I
you want to
literally fact-checked it, dude. I'm sorry.
No,
You
listen,
can disagree. Yes.
Let's not go there.
Okay.
Let's not go there.
Hold on. Your Dr. Planck
Yeah.
is the father of
Max
not
Planck.
thermodynamics, but it literally has his biography on the fucking internet. The dude came up with quantum physics. He did not come up with the first law of thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics.
No. Rudolf Clausius, William Thomson, Calvin. It is still on my fucking computer. I haven't closed the page. And this is coming from wolframscience.com.
Okay. It's called Kelvin-Planck theorem. Okay. Listen, I have a master's degree in it. I spent 4 years at Oxford University doing a master's degree in Planck theory. Now, I can also personally give you links to my bio and my patents in thermodynamics.
Yeah,
I
can sit here, and I don't need an education from a funny fucking goddamn college to tell you that Walter Nernst in 1860, as formalized in the works of scientists such as Rudolf Clausius and William Thomson, what are now known as the first and second laws were established. Had nothing to do with Planck. I don't need a $1 million fucking education to learn this shit.
All right, that's fine. I let
and if you want to talk about people referencing you being condescending, that's what they're talking about. You have a college education, therefore you're the authority on this.
Well, actually, I think with published patents, I'm actually pretty much an authority in it.
Your authority on your specific field. I am telling you right now. If you don't believe me, Google it. It says, I Googled specifically who discovered the laws of thermodynamics. And I came up with 3 scientists.
Okay.
That had nothing to do with Planck.
Then put in, if you need to, then just put in Max Planck.
I already did that. And it showed me that he was the founder of the quantum theory. He was the father of quantum theory.
That's not what I want to talk about. Okay.
Well, I mean, my point is, if you're going to say wrong shit and I'm going to fact check you and correct you, whatever.
I'm sure everybody in the list is going to actually put in Max Planck, first law, second law of thermodynamics, and they're going to come up with what they will find from the Max Planck Institute. Now, here's the point I'm trying to make. Now, this is important. We are talking about the formation of life on the planet. Now, we were talking about Darwinism and we were talking about evolution. Now, have you considered how abiogenesis happened on this planet?
Planck's work in thermodynamics led to the formulations of his quantum theory. He is not the father of thermodynamics, for fuck's sake.
We're talking about something else. I'm now talking about abiogenesis.
Well, you wanted me to search it. So what about abiogenesis?
Do you know what abiogenesis is?
Abiogenesis? Yes, I know what that is.
Explain.
It is the process by which life comes from non-life.
That's exactly right. So please explain to me with the factorial information how life derived from non-life on this planet, and give me the mathematical formula and the mathematical probability.
What the fuck did I just say?
How did life arrive from non-life?
I don't know. I am not an evolutionary fucking biologist.
It's not evolutionary.
Condescending shit.
It's not evolutionary, my friend.
Evolutionists
cannot
argue with an evolutionary biologist about it. Don't argue with me about it.
Evolutionists cannot come up with any claim how non-life came to be derived or life derived from non-life. We do not know.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Well, that's the point. You don't care. but
I
yet
don't know about it.
non-life
Shut the fuck up.
somehow life
Shut the
came
fuck up.
from non-life.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You want to
Why?
argue evolution? If you want to argue evolution from a scientific standpoint, go argue with an evolutionary biologist. I am not an evolutionary biologist.
We are not arguing evolution. I agree with evolution. I absolutely 100% agree with evolution. I agree that once amino acids have created proteins, which have created 31 different variants of protein RNA strands that they are able to duplicate into a DNA strand and self-replicate. I am also aware of how proteins self-fold from amino acids to create self-replicating RNA to create life. The reality is that the number is 100 to the factor of 100, which means that we have a 1 in 1 billion chance of life having derived on this planet by normal means.
And
that
what
means
is that?
the
What's your
universe
fucking point?
isn't the universe isn't old enough for true chance to have created life on this planet.
How the fuck do you know?
That is a known fact. So the
That's,
question
no, it's
is,
not.
we are either very lucky.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
There are two choices. We are either very lucky because, hey, someone will go and win the lottery because they took one ticket and they won the lottery the first time they took it. But statistics will say if you and I try and win the lottery, it will take us 130 million to 1 chance to get it.
What
we know
is your
that.
goddamn fucking point?
The point is that life should not have been created on this planet. Now, do you know who Enrique Fermi was? Let's talk
we're done.
about Enrique.
I'm not going to have a conversation with somebody who can't shut the fuck up.
Who is Enrique
All you're doing
Fermi?
is preaching.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about
you
a
are. Scientist. You haven't asked me a legitimate question.
Enrique Fermi?
We're
What
done.
is
I'm not
what is
fucking
the
with you.
Fermi
You're
paradox?
such a goddamn dishonest son of a bitch.
Dishonest as fuck. He hasn't got a single fucking point to make. Great. He thinks abiogenesis is bullshit. Fine, I don't care. He thinks evolution is true. Great, fine. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I am convinced that God claims are not true because there's a lack of evidence for a God. You can prove or disprove any scientific claim and it gets you no closer to God. I don't give a shit. He had no argument that was worth a damn. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You want to argue abiogenesis? Go argue with an evolutionary biologist. I'm not the guy to argue with. I don't fucking care. Evolutionary biologists are scientists. I trust science based on its continued reliability to produce results. These are the results they have produced. I'm going to believe them. Period. I don't bring people on here to proselytize their bullshit. I don't care. I'm here for a conversation. I'm not here to be preached at or told or be, fucking condescending ass bullshit. I'm not here for that. No, he wasn't. He was giving me his understanding of science. And considering his field was in physics, how the fuck is he going to talk about abiogenesis and evolution? Not the same fucking thing.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? I was
living
on
a
this
dream.
I was on this thing with this other guy, and he said I was homophobic because I said something that it was scientifically, that a man and a woman gets together. Now, I want to know your thoughts.
That's not science. That's your assumption.
Oh, okay. Um. Well, what's your view on like with all the LGBTQ like variants, and when it comes to like a man and a woman doing things?
What about it?
Like well, what's your belief? Because I'm confused.
My belief is that it's a natural occurring thing for people to be gay, for people to be trans.
Okay. Oh. All right. I don't know. I just got in the mix of it as well.
We have
'Cause,
penguins.
Penguins.
We've studied penguins that have lifelong homosexual relationships. We have dolphins that have homosexual tendencies, lions, deer, all kinds of animals and mammals that have homosexual tendencies.
Yeah.
And while human beings happen to procreate between a male and a female, are you going to complain about the fucking life forms on Earth that reproduce asexually without a male or a female?
I guess not.
No, you're not, because we are not the arbiters of what is and is not natural. Nature is, and homosexuality exists, and that's just all there is to it.
So, how do you believe like well, how do you believe these things contradict with the biblical whatever?
I don't give a shit what the Bible says. The Bible is largely disproven. It makes nonsensical, unprovable claims about nature and reality, and it's not a book for moral standards.
What do you think about I had this guy. He told me that animals as well can also be condemned. He was a weird person.
Yeah, I've
but
never heard that.
I gave it some thought when I was a child, and well, when he said it, it made sense because there's some animals that you see, and they do bad stuff. They like kill babies and stuff, and just fight and kill other dogs for no reason. And you can see the wrongness of that
That's
it is committed.
That's based on the culture you were raised in.
That's cool.
That's your subjective morality. 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, morality was a very different thing, and it's based largely on culture.
Mm-hmm. So, I don't know.
And animals genuinely act purely on instinct. They're not making a conscious decision between good and evil. They're behaving on instinct. If you trap a starving wolf in a corner, he's gonna fucking eat you. That's not morality. That's nature and instinct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's cool. Man, that guy just got me so confused though, because he said, I don't know. I'm trying to think about another question. I know I have it, but I don't quite get it. Oh, the Bible says something about people and so forth and so on being their own prospectors or talkers or something like that, and there should never be a head of church.
Okay.
Oh, well, there being like so many heads of church. Do you no? Okay.
That's just one more contradiction within the religion. There's so many of them; it's hard to keep track.
Okay. I kind of thought I kind of thought it made some sense. So forth and so on. But I think I don't know. I'm just very confused and stuff. I'm slight homophobic. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm homophobic, but I guess I am.
Why? What possible impact does that have on your life? Why do you give a fuck what people do in the privacy of their own home?
Well, I guess I guess it has largely based upon on society, you know, to have a view that is very relative to other people is
Yeah, you
good.
can have your opinion, I guess, but that doesn't make it relevant.
Well,
and honestly, your opinion can be wrong.
That's true.
Before same-sex marriage was legal, organizations all throughout the U.S. that were screaming up and down that if we let gay people get married, then we're going to open the country up to sexual deviancy, and none of the claims they made were true. All we did by allowing gay marriage was allowed people to be happy. That's what we accomplished. God forbid people are fucking happy.
Okay. Well, what do you think about the variations between I like the LGBT community? You know, there's so many variations. There's so many variations, right? And
such as?
Oh, I actually don't know them all, but I know there's women that want to be like men, and I know, you know,
transgender.
Well, I didn't mean trans, but yeah, so something like that. So like
transgender is technically a birth defect, and the only way we know how to correct that problem is by transitioning from one gender to the other.
Okay.
During the pregnancy, a male fetus may receive too much estrogen during the development of the brain.
Okay.
That means the brain is female and recognizes itself as female.
Mm-hmm.
The brain is separate from the body. They're two different things.
All right. All right. What about like I know there's some women that aren't transgender and, you know, wish to be like men. Like yeah, all right, okay. So I want to know, like, okay. Okay.
First, stop for a second. I want to address shit in the comments. Fuck you if you think this man is hate speech. It's not. He doesn't understand. He is ignorant of the education. He doesn't know. And you, in the comments, being a fucking asshole is the reason he will never get educated. He will never change his mind because you're being a fucking dick. You want me to kick him off my platform because you consider what he's saying to be hate speech? He's been nothing but respectful, and he's asking questions. And if you can't handle that, get the fuck out of my live. Because I would like to educate people so we can stop hate.
I read this thing that said
you're not a fucking disease. Nobody said you were a fucking disease. You're transgender. That's not a disease. It's a birth defect. How else do you explain it? I'm literally coming at you from the fucking science. I've looked this shit up. It is simply a brain defect. That's all it is. I'm not looking down on trans people because of that. Are you going to look down on somebody with Parkinson's or fucking autism? Are you going to look down on people with autism? Are you going to hate people because they have autism? No, you're not. You recognize that there is a minor problem that differentiates them from the average. And we try to address it. And we try to address it with love and compassion and understanding. If you don't like what the fuck I'm saying, get the fuck out of my live. I'm sorry, man. Continue.
All right. You remember when they said something about deviants? So I'd seen this guy, right? This guy. Okay, so this guy said something. He said back then, whenever the evangelicals were like the prime guys, right, and they were doing the right thing, before they started doing the wrong thing, they said something about they were very they were going in the right direction, so to speak, and then they did something, and they did, you know, and and they just went wrong, right? Oh, fuck, I forgot the question. So, okay, so I think I got the question now. Okay, so if you had the evangelicals, right, and they did the good thing from the beginning and then kept that good thing, so forth and so on, and then spend a lot of money and do all this other crazy stuff, right? Do you think we'd be better off or would be worse?
No.
Okay.
Religion is toxic. Look at you. Look
Yes,
at
sir.
look at what you're standing for, what you're representing.
Yes, sir.
You are disagreeing with a group of people who do not harm you, who have no effect on you whatsoever because of
Yes,
your
sir.
religion, because of your beliefs. You have no legitimate reason to dislike gay people, to dislike lesbians, to dislike transgendered individuals. You have no legit reason to do these things, except that your beliefs have been influenced by somebody else and put you in this position.
Okay.
And you haven't educated yourself. You haven't gone out to learn about these things. You haven't talked to these people. You haven't considered their perspective.
Okay.
This is the
Man,
ignorance that is spread by religion.
I just had a good question. Man, I forgot it too. It was what's your belief on so these people they call themselves Satanists, but they don't believe in the
I'm a Satanist.
all evil. Huh? Oh yeah.
I'm
Yes.
a member of the Satanic Temple.
Okay. I feel that okay, cool. Oh, okay. I feel that I feel a little confused whenever they speak. I feel I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't know. Like there's a guy, right? And he made the Wicca or something like that. He was like, I think his name's like Charles Manson. It's not Charles Manson. It's some other guy. He was like super rich, and then he got really poor because he spent it all his money, and he tried to create like a cult, and it didn't work
Yeah,
out.
that has nothing to do with Satan.
But does it have anything to do with your church, like his
No.
belief or his?
No.
Do you know his name?
There's never been a satanic death cult ever.
Oh, I don't think he's death cult though.
There's never been a satanic cult.
Yeah, sure.
There have been Christian cults, Christian death cults. People have died in the name of Christianity, but that's never happened with Satanism. And I don't know, where are you from?
Oh, I'm from GA.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Did you go to school?
Yeah.
What was the last grade you attended?
GED. 11.
Okay. Do you read books?
Not quite.
Do you look up information when you have a question?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I think you need to pick up a few books. Have you read the Bible all the way through, page for page?
No. I just take the bits that I just take the bits that I need.
Well, that's really disingenuous and dishonest.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to believe you that I had read the Bible.
No, I'm not talking about that. If you have a belief in God and you're only cherry picking the happy parts of the Bible that you like, you're not being genuine in your beliefs.
Well, oftentimes they're not the happy ones that I need.
What do you do for a living?
Retail.
How'd you learn your job?
Just watching, other people.
Somebody taught you?
Yeah.
That's how we learn. Gay people, again, are no threat to you. Even if one hits on you, who gives a shit? Take it as a compliment. If you are uncomfortable when a gay guy hits on you, then imagine how a straight girl feels at a regular bar when 12 guys are hitting on her.
Well, I have something to confess as well. I often want to be friends with a gay person, but that I don't think they want to be friends with me.
Well, when you're homophobic by your own admission, do you think they'd want to be friends with you? When you hold the position that
No,
they should be less than, have less rights, that they shouldn't exist because they don't align with what you think nature is, do you think they'd want to be friends with you?
Wait, can you repeat?
When your position is homophobic, do you think a gay person would honestly want to be friends with you?
Probably not.
No, they would.
Well,
It's kind of like
oftentimes.
a black guy is not going to try to be friends with a member of the KKK.
Yes, sir. Okay. Oftentimes I don't take the serious perspective. I try to take the most meme or troll part of it, but not to offend people.
Why?
Well, I believe in some and I wouldn't say bad things, but you can say bad things. But I also believe that those things shouldn't harm other people.
Like what?
Like if someone has, give me a sec. If someone has like a bad opinion, like they shouldn't be mean about it, but they should be respectful.
No.
And
I'm trying to understand your point, man.
okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a good one either. It's not developed.
Well, here then. Do yourself a favor. Go and do some research. Go online. Look up the science. You can actually Google how many species have homosexual tendencies. You will get hundreds of fucking articles written on the subject. Ask yourself, how do gay people hurt you? How do people being transgender hurt you?
Oftentimes I feel that if things work out one way and not the other, it could have been because maybe one outlier or a couple outliers changes the course of history. But
gay people
not
have
like
existed for the entirety of the human existence.
Yes, sir. I just meant like change history like a metaphor. I didn't mean it like history. I just meant it like as like a dumb kid thing.
Well, Masim, I asked, how do gay people hurt you?
Okay.
Here's a gay
well,
couple.
I guess they don't.
They live in bumfuck anywhere United States. Explain to me how them being happy and in love with each other hurts you.
It does not.
Okay, so then what's your issue with gay people?
I have an innate belief in God, and I just do it ignorantly, I guess.
Sounds about Christian. So
Yeah.
you think you have an innate belief in God and that you weren't brainwashed as a child?
Well, I believe I was brainwashed when I was a child, but I didn't understand the procedure. But until recently,
emotional abuse is what it is, and child abuse.
That is also true.
They use fear tactics on children.
Ew.
They threaten them with hell. That's how religion does what it does. So maybe I would suggest to start with, go on YouTube and watch videos of debates between Christians and atheists. Learn the other side, the side that you weren't allowed to learn as a child. Learn to question what you were being told. And read the entire Bible.
All right.
Pick up a Bible, start in Genesis 1, read all the way through Revelation. Read your Bible. I'm an atheist telling you to read your Bible. Think about that for a second.
All right.
Well, thanks for coming on and giving your perspective, man. Appreciate you.
All right, so to the commenters, to the people in the live right now who got mad at me for platforming that young man. There's no such thing as hate speech. I don't give a fuck how offended. I don't give a fuck how offended you are. I don't care. You cannot get rid of hate in the world without education. If you want people to accept LGBTQ, they need to be educated. Being angry, calling him a bigot, it's not going to help. It's not going to educate anybody. Really quick before we jump to the next guest, up here I have my Venmo and my Cash App. I am on dialysis or kidney failure. I do work a job. I do gig work, rideshare, stuff like that. It's not the greatest income. If you can afford to throw me a donation, I'd appreciate it. If not, I understand. I don't require it for my content. My content is free. I appreciate the donations if you can. Moving on.
Oh, hey, Ethan, it's just me. I wanted to appreciate that you handled Ravioli more than I would have. What he was doing was an appeal to unqualified authority, because it's like an ERT telling a virologist how viruses work.
Yeah, I'm not an evolutionary biologist. People can sit there and give me shit in the comments all they want that Ravioli won that argument or debate. I don't fucking know if he did or not, because I'm not an evolutionary biologist.
He didn't. He cherry picked a statistical number that didn't even suit his number. If actually you paid attention, it was actually 1 in 100,000 kilometers for the protein strain to evolve, which means it's highly improbable, but it's not impossible. Just
Yeah.
like every.
I don't even like the math. I don't even like the math in regards to the probability of life forming on Earth. I don't like the math because we have nothing to compare it to. So it's a bullshit fucking equation anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. So like you can kind of equate it to like say Betty White was live to 99 years, right? And every day you could possibly die like over 1 million different ways. So your stats of being alive for till 99 years is actually very improbable. It's not impossible, but it's improbable. So life right there, you just being alive for say 100 years is actually quite a miracle.
Yeah, especially when the average life expectancy is what, 85?
Yeah. And that's gone way up since back in the Iron Age, where it was most life, especially around the Bible years, there were maybe 60, 75 at the high time.
I mean, he wants to argue evolutionary biology. I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I mean, all he's going to do is sit there and say shit that I can't talk about because I don't know about. So it's not a conversation. It's a one-sided, he's evangelizing essentially. And there's nothing I can say to respond to that.
He was trying to do a heart of the God of the gaps fallacy. And if he brought up biogenesis compared to abiogenesis, there's studies between biogenesis they figure that the protein cells
Slow
would have
down,
the big.
take a breath, think about what you want to say. It's all right.
That biogenesis would have the abiogenesis would have had to been created in a vacuum of space. They forget that it wasn't until the great oxygenation where did the earth had actually oxygen to it. So therefore, abiogenesis, because it was in say number 3, energy cannot be created near or destroyed in a vacuum of space under
in a closed system, right?
Exactly.
If that's in a closed system. So the universe is a closed system.
It is.
We're not receiving any more energy from outside of our system. Whereas the earth is an open system and receive energy from the sun all the time.
Yeah. And right then and there, because it wasn't there was no oxygen, the earth is very
and energy technically, I don't know that it can be destroyed, but it'll eventually cease to exist in the universe. I mean, as we understand it, right? So the scientists,
as far as they can understand it.
Yeah, like as far as science can understand from the astrophysics perspective, eventually everything's just going to fizzle the fuck out.
But for most time, energy transforms into either thermal energy, mechanical energy, or we call it stagnant energy, as in like paper or wood is like a stagnant energy.
Well, like what I'm talking about is the end of the universe. Over time, the galaxies are going to spread out. They're going to be, at some point in the night sky, from the perspective of the planet Earth, you're not going to be able to see other galaxies at all. It's I don't remember what scientists called it. They used to call it there was the idea that the universe was a huge rubber band kind of thing, where like it exploded and then it retracted and then it exploded and it retracted.
Yeah, that's what they theorize that dark matter does.
Yeah, they called it like the big crunch or some goofy shit. But now there's the standing hypothesis that eventually everything's just going to fizzle out. The great expansion, everything's just going to separate down to the molecular level. You'll still have matter, but
just not in the way that we think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I can't wait for James Webb with information.
Yeah, it's going to give us a whole new understanding on like all of that shit. So,
or when they better understand tau muons, because tau muons are here. They can't read the radiation off of them. If they could read the radiation off of the tau muons properly, then they could read the radiation from the very start of the Big Bang and kind of figure out that way on how everything started. Because even our own bodies give off tau muons.
Excited for the James Webb.
Yeah, so am I, because it's going to look at the couple like the one planet that they think is in the Goldilocks zone that can actually support life in a certain part of that exoplanet. So that's
what I love about astrophysics or astrology. Is like I watched a documentary about Europa, and I've read a few articles on it, and there is the hypothesis that life could exist on Europa. It's an ice moon made primarily of water ice. The outside crust is frozen, and then it has a molten core. And we've taken photographs of this planet having geysers shooting off into space.
Yeah, those
so
are.
The idea here is that if life on Earth could exist at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, then it's possible that life could exist on Europa, which is not in the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, they could because the certain I think it's certain shrimp live on volcano vents down underneath the ocean, and that's
Not
and they
even
get to
just shrimp. It's single celled, or is this microscopic life? There's all kinds of life on those vents.
Yeah, and they're just starting to learn about that right now. Like that's like
The
maybe
hypothesis is that Europa could contain life, even though it doesn't fall inside of a habitable zone.
Yeah, because who knows? We just always go off of life has to come from carbon cells or particles. Who knows what life doesn't have to come from carbon particles to exist. We just, in our brains, because that's what we can factually conceptuate, that life has to come from carbon particles. Life doesn't have to come from carbon particles to exist. We're just, that's what we assume.
It doesn't have to be carbon. It doesn't have to be carbon based. We're dealing with a sample size of 1. We know life on Earth, and it's carbon-based life form. We can't make assumptions about what other life forms could potentially exist in different environments. We don't know. So, I mean, it's neither here nor there, I guess. But it's we human beings need to stop assuming that we know so fucking much when we really don't know that much.
Yeah, like there is so much exoplanets, and it's in the trillions of planets that, and James Webb, and that's only by the Hubble, and we can only see so far with the Hubble. James Webb is going to open us up to whole new exoplanets that we've never seen before.
No, Kira area alien. I don't think I know everything. I'm not sitting here talking about rocket science and the appropriate fuel mixture to get good thrust, because I'm not a fucking rocket scientist. I am relaying information that I have learned. If you don't like that, get the fuck out of my live. I don't care.
Yeah, and even still, you actually have somebody on the panel that used to use the chemicals to make rocket fuel. Right now, it's actually what my job was.
Nice. Well, thanks for your input. Man. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Yep. People can come in my live and they can get fucking mad at me because I'm saying things that people can come in my live and they can get fucking mad at me because I'm saying things they don't like. Okay. They don't like. Okay. Be mad. No, I don't need mods. I don't like banning people. I don't like kicking people out. I don't like muting people. I don't. I realize that comes with some risks, but I get mad at my guests when you don't like what they say. No, I get mad at my guests when they form arguments that are fucking bullshit. And I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Ravioli had bad arguments. He's trying to argue abiogenesis and the process of evolution with somebody who's not a fucking evolutionist. How am I supposed to have a conversation with that? How? I don't care if people prove me wrong. I could give a fuck less. Go ahead, prove me wrong. I just said I'm not an evolutionist. I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I am not an evolutionary biologist. I rely on the continued reliability of the greater scientific community. The scientific community has given me food, entertainment, housing, shelter, clothing, for transportation. The scientific community has done everything it can to benefit my life. If a scientist tomorrow proved the existence of God, well, then I would believe in God. My position is one of neutrality. When there's evidence for something, I'll believe in that something. Until then, I don't see there's no reason to. You think the government is what built science? I'm not sure I think you're pretty much wrong there. That's not what the government did. No. Hey, we've improved our buildings. Our buildings are better insulated. They're more sturdy. This is a process of science, not a process of government. No, my Cash App is up here. That's my PayPal. My PayPal is my email address. My Cash App is right here. Governments fund science, sure. So do private entities. Private companies fund scientific research as well. I got a list here of things that were invented by NASA. Memory foam, freeze-dried food, firefighting equipment, emergency space blankets, dust busters, cochlear implants, LZR racer swimsuits, CMOS imagery sensors, like there is a massive list of things that you take advantage of or take for granted that were developed by science from NASA specifically. Velcro, all kinds of shit. Infrared ear thermometers, ventricular assist device, LASIK eye surgery, cochlear ear implants, artificial limbs, light-emitting diodes for medical therapies, invisible braces, scratch-resistant lenses, space blankets, aircraft anti-icing systems, highway safety, improved radial tires, chemical detection, video enhancing and analysis systems, landmine removal, fire-resistant reinforcement, firefighting equipment, shock absorbers for buildings, enriched baby food, portable cordless vacuums, freeze drying, space-age swimsuits, air scrubbers, Bowflex Revolution, water purification, solar cells, pollution remediation, correcting for GPS signal errors, water location, structural analysis software, remotely controlled ovens, powdered lubricants, improved mine safety, food safety, gold plating. Yeah, I mean, NASA built your fucking society the way it is. Science is the best method for determining truth. That is a true statement. And people want to get mad at me for shit, but no, science didn't invent money. Well, technically, yeah, social science. Social science invented money. But what difference does that fucking make? Who gives a fuck about money? I have one more guest request. I'll get to it.
Hi.
Hey.
So I just want to thank you for how you handled that guest that had the anti-LGBTQ views. Honestly, I think he was being really respectful and he really just came in here to be educated. So thank you for just like,
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to respond differently to somebody who comes in with genuine questions than I would somebody who came in just saying gay people are faggots and they're the cause of all the problems in the world. You know, like there are some people I'm going to give space and time to. There are other people I'm not. He wasn't rude. He wasn't hateful. He was
Right.
just uneducated. Probably grew up podunk, middle of nowhere, Georgia. Doesn't know any better.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. And like I myself, I identify as agender. I was actually late to the party to come out and like be open with how I identify. I didn't come out until like last year, but I've definitely had these feelings in my heart since I was a young child. And I'm
Well,
definitely not going to disagree with you as far as like it being a lot in the mind and being like a mental thing.
yeah,
For sure
I
it
mean, the
is
brain is
like
wired in an infinite number of ways. Like the
definitely.
idea that there's any one fucking standard that comes out as black and white or binary is just lazy thinking.
For sure. And I am in therapy for it. And like therapy is definitely what helped me like unlock a lot of this and like figure out what is and what isn't. And like agender, if anyone in the comments is wondering, is basically gender free. Like I don't identify with the gender at all. So that is, how I am. But also I wanted to come in and talk about like Christianity as well. So I did things a little bit backwards. I know I talked to you yesterday and we talked about how I was raised Catholic and we talked about my NDE when I was a child. But after my great grandmother passed when I was 8 years old, my family actually separated from Catholicism and they weren't very religious after that. But by the time I got to high school, my freshman year of high school, I had moved and I started in a new school my freshman year, and I made a friend with a girl the first day of school who was a born again Christian. And she convinced me to go to church with her. And I started going to church with her every Sunday. And I actually converted and became a born again Christian when I was in high school. So, again, I was very late to the party with that as well. So, I converted to Christianity my freshman year. And for me, it was like, I had a very violent childhood, and I'm sorry if this is triggering to anybody. Like it was bad, like about as bad as it gets. And Christianity for me was kind of an escape. And I think it is for a lot of people. People use it as almost like a mask. Like, I don't want to deal with what's going on in my life, so I'm going to use God as an excuse to say, like, oh, forgiveness. Oh, or,
Everything
like,
happens for a reason.
everything happens for a reason. Exactly. And for me, it was like I was still going through a lot of the shit at home that was wicked bad. And I think this is why Christianity in one way can be a horrible thing, is because I tolerated a lot of the abuse I was going through at home for a lot longer than I should have and could have, because I was being told in church, forgiveness, just forgive, or God is testing you, this is your journey, this is the path that you're on, or everything happens for a reason. So, Christianity can really be used to make people feel like they have to tolerate these things when they really shouldn't. And I think that's why that there is so much abuse in the church and religion, and it's awful, you know, how these things do happen and how they make you feel like you have to tolerate these things.
Yeah, I'm pansexual, and so I'm attracted to people's personalities. I don't really give a fuck about gender. And I'm using my platform to educate. I'm not using my platform to hate anybody. As I've said repeatedly, I am neutral in regards to claims made by religions, and for the most part, as far as the existence of God goes. I fundamentally disagree with religions based on a sense of morality. But the idea that we should avoid platforming people who are hateful is just, I think, a terrible idea. You want to re-educate people, then you need to be able to stand up to them, not shrink away and hide and avoid them.
I agree completely.
I think hate speech is free speech, the same way love speech is free speech. The only speech I don't support is the speech that incites violence or misinformation. Harm, does actual harm, like physical harm. I don't give a fuck if people's feelings are hurt. Be an adult. If you're offended, process it like a goddamn adult. I get offended every fucking day. So what? I don't give a shit. I process it and I move the fuck on. So I mean, in regards to that whole deal, whatever, it's over with. People should be allowed to live happily, provided they aren't hurting other people.
I agree.
It's just that simple. It's just
Totally.
that simple.
Yeah, and if
Whatever
you don't mind, I just want to go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just want to throw out, like, if anybody wants to talk more about like the LGBTQ stuff and be educated, they're more than welcome to hop over to my page, because I would love to chat with people and educate them as well.
Jan Drab said, not all people have the tools to face hatred and bigotry, but people like you are needed to battle it. You can develop those tools to battle hatred and bigotry. For starters, stop giving a fuck what people think of you. That's a huge fucking help. Stop worrying about other people's opinions. If you can get to that point, I don't give a shit. I'll go to Pride. Go to a Pride celebration, and I'll stand directly in front of a hate preacher on a soapbox talking shit about gay people, and it doesn't affect me at all. I don't care. Stop giving a fuck what people think about you. That's the easiest way to get over that shit. People spend too much of their time trying to impress other people, too much of their time worried about what other people think. Oh my God, I can't do this because what will people think? Fuck what people think. Who cares?
I know I get a lot of hate because, like, I'm bisexual, but I married a man. Like, I married a cishet man, and a lot of people think that I'm not valid for being bisexual because I married a man, and I think that mindset is just like absolute bullshit.
The gatekeeping and the infighting is just so counterproductive. I give the LGBTQ community shit when it deserves it, and in one way, by diminishing what somebody identifies as, you're diminishing who they are.
Agreed.
And nobody's allowed to gatekeep that. I don't give a fuck if you're a platinum star gay. I don't give a shit. You're not the arbiter of what is and is not LGBTQ. It's just, People want drama, and that's really what it comes down to. People want an excuse to argue and fight, deal with their aggression because something in their life has them all fucked up in the head, whatever. I'm too goddamn old, and I'm too goddamn tired to want to fight over arbitrary bullshit that has no impact. I don't care if somebody's bisexual and married to a man or a woman. I don't care. Them identifying as bisexual has no impact on my life. None whatsoever. I don't care if somebody identifies as transgender and they only want to transition up to this point. Good. Great. If that's where they find their happiness, all the more power to them. It's not impacting me at all.
How do you feel about how like the media portrays like Satanism and always wants to say that like, oh, this crime was committed because, Satan's in their brain, or, it's the video games and
that's
the
always
music.
right-wing media. That's always right-wing media, and it's always coming from a place of ignorance and stupidity. We've done research on video games causing violent behavior since the 1980s, and the unanimous position is that no, violent video games do not cause violent behavior. People can sit there and like I said, right-wing news media is not based in fact or reality. It's based on emotion, clickbait, get angry, stay angry, be afraid, be scared. That's their whole fucking platform, is based on ignorance, fear, and that kind of shit. So I don't care what right-wing news media says. I can give a fuck less.
Do you feel like social media has made that like hysteria worse, or do you feel like the truth that's being shared, you think it's made it better?
Yeah, I do. When Texas announced its abortion ban, the Satanic Temple publicly announced its lawsuit for religious freedom to have abortion. Social media went lit with that, and I'm pretty sure the number of people who have joined the Satanic Temple in the last just 9 months has been astronomical.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So while social media is a double-edged sword, it can be a metric by which people spread misinformation, lies, ignorance, and stupidity. It can go the other way too. It can rally people. It can bring people together. It can be informative. You can learn from it. I think that the problem you run into isn't the media that you're getting. It's, again, it falls back on education in the United States. We don't teach critical thinking skills in education. And because we don't teach critical thinking skills, people don't know how to process information, which is why boomers are the ones that are the most susceptible to misinformation and lies and ignorance and stupidity on the internet. Because they'll go and click on a stupid Facebook fucking meme, and they'll literally, like, how many times have you heard somebody reading an article from The Onion and swearing up and down that it was the truth?
No doubt, like all the time, and it's always boomers.
Yeah, and The Onion is just, it's not real news.
No, it's satire.
Yeah, it's 100% satire. So, I mean, that's the thing. They lack the critical thinking skills to read the article and take it in the context that it's meant to be taken in. I can read The Onion and get a good chuckle out of some of that shit because it's ridiculous and it's funny. Some people take that shit to heart. They think it's true because they lack critical thinking skills. So when it comes to social media and misinformation, a lot of this is the result of bad education.
Yeah, no, you may. Like, I've been fortunate enough, like, I'm in Massachusetts, so I'm in a very blue state. So we're very left thinking for the most part. I mean, it's definitely been very interesting the past, like, 4 years in this country with Trump and president, because, like, people have definitely gotten a lot louder in their views in the other direction, and it's scary to see how many people are around that do think in the other direction. I feel like things have started to shift in the other direction in my area, and that scares me because, like I said, I am LGBTQ, and it's definitely become a lot less safe than it used to be in my state. And I'm seeing laws trying to be written that like go against my rights and things that are in my benefit. And it is a scary place right now in the world for people that are like me. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Like, you know, if you are someone that is like me or believe in my rights, like write to your senators, like stand up, like have something to say, because it does make a difference. Like
It's not even
Ethan is
just that.
saying, like use your platform.
People need to get out and vote.
People need to vote.
Like, the reason we're facing the society that we are currently facing is because in 2016, people didn't fucking vote, or they protest voted Green Party.
Oh,
If
yeah.
they would have voted for Hillary instead of Trump,
I
we
know,
wouldn't be where
honestly.
we are right now. I can't say that we would be 100% better than where we are, but I can say that the Supreme Court wouldn't be gutting Roe v. Wade. I can say that Betsy DeVos would not have been the head of the Department of Education.
Oh, I know,
I
that was
can say a
crippling.
lot of things that would have been better had I don't like Hillary. I think she's a twat waffle.
Agreed.
But we honestly, from a societal standpoint, would have been in a better position had she been president over Donald Trump. So we wouldn't have been nuked. What a bullshit thing to say.
Well, I
Now we
just
got
want
the
to say
voting.
thank you.
Yeah, they brought up voting laws. That's an issue we're facing right now. There's the thing. The Republican Party does not have a policy for education, for immigration, for the economy, for anything. They have put forth nothing in the way of policy for helping Americans. Nothing. Their whole entire party platform is basically own the libs, Jesus, and guns. That's it.
What are your views on guns? Are you pro
I'm
Second Amendment,
pro-gun.
or I am pro gun too?
Very, very pro-gun. And
How do you, go ahead.
I think there should be limits to some degree. I think that if you're a member of a recognized member of a federally recognized hate group like the KKK, Proud Boys, those fuckers, you shouldn't have guns. That shit should be confiscated immediately. If you are under the philosophy that you are somehow superior based on your gender or race, then you shouldn't have access to guns. Sorry. You are a hate group, period, end of story. I do think we need to do a better job with mental health in the United States. Here's the thing. Liberals do this, and it's kind of weird. I don't understand it. They fight against guns, which are a mechanism for self-defense, but they also fight against law enforcement, which is another less effective mechanism of self-defense. Pick a fucking side. I mean, honestly, I don't trust law enforcement. That's the side I've picked. I picked my right to defend my life by any fucking means necessary. And that includes carrying a sidearm, which I do. Every goddamn day I leave my apartment, my pistol is on my hip. Because it is my life and it is my responsibility. And I'm not going to wait 8 fucking minutes for a cop to show up to try to save my life, especially after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that cops are under no obligation to risk their lives for other citizens.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, America needs guns because of poverty from lack of education. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll agree with that to some point. But even if America was fully fucking educated, I'd still be pro-gun. I like my gun. I like going to shoot my gun. My gun for me is a form of entertainment. It is also a form of meditation for me. When I am shooting a gun, I am focused. It doesn't matter what the fuck else is going on. I could have the flu, be puking in a goddamn bucket, and still be focused on what I'm doing with that gun in my hands. I love guns. They're fun for me. I think there's some art that goes involved in designing guns. I think it's a very difficult skill to learn and be proficient at. Because you got to imagine, like, you have an AR-15, which is a 22 caliber rifle. It's the 22 caliber round, high-powered 22 caliber round. And you are hitting a target at 500 yards with this tiny piece of metal. This requires skill, self-discipline. It is a challenge. And like, you can go on YouTube and you can look up these 3 gun competitions. They have a pistol, an AR, and a shotgun, and they do a course, a shooting course, and it's fun to watch that stuff. Like, it's really entertaining for me. I enjoy the skill level that is involved in the sport of shooting. I would love to live in a society where I didn't have to carry a gun for self-defense. I would love to live in that society, but that's not the reality we live in. And until we fix our education system, it's never going to change. Gun crimes and mass shootings. Well, here's something to keep in mind. In 2018, the CDC released death statistic data. The FBI released crime statistic data. In regards to gun violence, it doesn't even fall in the top 10 causes of death in the United States. Actually, number 10 is suicide. Of gun-related deaths in 2017, over 60% of, there was like 39,000 some gun-related deaths in the US. More than 60% of those were suicides. Of gun-related homicides, more than 60% of gun-related homicides in the US in 2017 were done with pistols, not AR-15s. The media, for whatever reason, and I cannot figure out why, has demonized the AR-15 as this weapon of destruction. In 2017, was it 397 people were killed with rifles? 397 people were killed specifically with rifles. And that's all rifles. And that's not a breakdown of rifles. That's all rifles. Lever action, bolt action, semi-automatic, you name it. 1,500 people were beat to death by fist and foot, which means you were 5 times more likely to be beat to death in 2017 than you were to be shot with any rifle.
I'd like to know the statistics on how many of those were hate crimes too.
Yeah. Or poverty driven. How many of those were theft due to poverty?
Exactly.
I mean, it's never as simple as black and white, and I really wish people would stop trying to do that. There's more nuance to this shit, and people don't look for it. They see a clickbaity fucking headline, they freak the fuck out, and they lose their shit. And they don't actually do any fucking research. They don't look this shit up.
Can I just ask one more question before I go? I got to get ready for work in a minute.
Yeah, be my guest. Go ahead.
This is about the Satanic Temple. Is there any relation to the Satanic Temple and the Satanic Bible?
No, not that I'm aware of. The Satanic Bible is specific to the Satanic Church, as far as I understand.
Okay,
I could be wrong about
curious.
that. I'm not an authority on the Satanic Temple. I'm just a member. Maybe. I've never heard of anybody in the Satanic Temple reading the Satanic Bible or taking it seriously or literally. But I have heard of people in the Satanic Church do that.
Have you read the Satanic Bible?
No, and I have no intention to read it.
It's
And it's kind of
interesting if you ever consider it. Like I've read a lot of religious texts just to read them, just to know like what's out there. Like I've read parts of the Quran, I've read the Satanic Bible, I've read the Bible. Like I just
isn't
like
there
to
something in
know
there?
other perspectives.
Isn't there something in the Satanic Bible that speaks to if somebody harms you, harm them back?
I believe there is something that you could take
Yeah,
quite
pass.
literally that way.
Hard pass.
Well, I'm not saying to preach it or to follow it, but it's interesting to know what the perspectives are that are out there.
Oh yeah, from a literary sense, but I completely fundamentally disagree with the Church of Satan entirely. I don't see them as a moral entity.
So what's the best resource for like looking up the Satanic Temple? I know you've mentioned it in your lives before, but like
The
I'm
website.
curious to look into it. The website?
The website. You go to the website, you can read the About Us and the 7 Fundamental Tenets, but then there's the Hail Satan documentary on Hulu, and I think it's on YouTube. I'm not sure.
All right, I'll check it out. I've been very interested since watching your lives. Like you have a lot of things to say that I've found very enlightening and very interesting, and I really appreciate your perspectives. And just from like you and listening to your guests as well, I've learned a lot on here. So I appreciate it. I've really only caught you the last like week, and I've learned a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the support. It's very nice of you to say that.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I gotta go, but
You have a
I'll
good day
catch
at work.
another one soon.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. We have more guests. The Truman Show.
Hello, my friend.
Oh, he disconnected. I guess he didn't want to talk. I'm going to restart my live. So if you guys want to jump in and hang out, that'd be great. I'm going to restart it right now. So jump back in and hang out again.